Tonight, you can simply settle in. We're returning to the secret garden, continuing the story, told slowly and without interruption. I'm Nicki, from Nicki Woo Cozy Stories, and I'm so glad you're here. So get comfortable, let everything else fall away, and we'll begin. And for a long while, the night lay quiet over Misselthwaite Manor. The great house seemed to sleep, its long corridors still and shadowed, its heavy doors closed fast against the dark. Beyond the tall windows, the moor stretched wide and silent beyond the deep sky, and even the wind had grown gentle, moving only faintly across the distant grasses. In her room, Mary Lennox slept warmly beneath her blankets. The fire in the grate had sunk low, leaving only a soft, steady glow that flickered now and then against the walls. Everything was calm. Everything had rest. Until something stirred in the silence. At first, it was so faint it scarcely seemed to belong to the waking world at all. A sound, half-formed, uncertain, as though it had slipped out of a dream and wandered unnoticed into the night. Mary shifted slightly in her sleep, her brow tightening just a little, though she didn't wake. The sound faded again, and for a moment, the stillness returned. But then it came again, and this time, it didn't fade so quickly. It lingered, not loud, not clear, but very troubled. A thin, uneven murmur carried faintly through the walls of the great house. Mary's eyes opened. She lay still at once, listening. The room hadn't changed. The dim firelight, the drawn curtains, the quiet air, all remained just as it had been, except for that sound. It came again, longer now, and there was no mistaking it. It was crying. Mary's lips pressed together at once. She knew it. She had heard it before, and though she did not speak his name, the thought rose immediately in her mind. Colin. For a few moments she didn't move. She only listened, her face growing stiller, sharper, as the sound went on. Again, and again, and again. Not steady but restless, broken, as though whoever made it could not stop, even if he wished to. Mary drew in a deep breath through her nose, slow and tight. Still, the sound didn't cease. It went on, filling the quiet of the house, slipping through the walls, disturbing the stillness of the night in a way that made it impossible to ignore. Her brow furrowed. Her fingers tightened slightly against the coverlet. And then her irritation came, sharp and immediate. The crying was dreadful. Not because it was loud, but because it wouldn't stop. Because it went on and on and on, thin and miserable and helpless, until it seemed to press against her ears and refuse to let her rest. Mary sat up more abruptly now, the blanket shifting around her. "Why does he make such a noise?" she whispered, her voice tight and low. But even as she spoke, the crying came again, longer this time, more strained, more desperate. And then something in her changed. The irritation didn't fade. It grew. It sharpened. It turned into something hotter, something far less patient. She knew very well who it was. And she knew, too, that she had no reason to go to him. They didn't speak. They had scarcely looked at one another since the day she had been taken into his room. He had been cross and strange, and she had not liked him. And there had been no reason at all for her to think of him as anything but another disagreeable person in the house. Why should she go to him now? Why should she leave her bed, leave her warmth, for someone who only cried and shouted and made the whole house uneasy? Mary drew in a breath, her jaw tightening. And still, the crying went on. Thin, restless, unending. She swung her feet toward the edge of the bed, though she did not rise yet. It was unbearable. It was foolish. It was weak. And yet it would not stop. Mary turned toward the door, her eyes fixed on it now, as though she could see through it, down the long passages of the house. If she stayed where she was, she would still hear it. If she covered her ears, she would hear it still. If she tried to sleep again, she knew she could not. Her fingers pressed against the coverlet. Her breath came a little quicker now, not with fear, but with something building inside of her that she could not yet name. If he went on, if he did not stop, then perhaps she would go. Not because she wished to, not because she liked him, but because she could not bear it. And still the crying went on. Mary drew in a breath and let it out slowly, as though she might steady herself if she were quiet enough, still enough. But it made no difference. The sound slipped through the walls just the same, thin and miserable and unending. She lay back for a moment, pulling the blankets up again as if she might shut it out. She pressed her cheek into the pillow and closed her eyes. If she didn't listen, if she would not attend to it, then perhaps it would fade. But it didn't fade. It came again, longer, more broken. Mary opened her eyes at once. "Oh, do stop," she whispered, though there was no one there to hear her. Her hands clenched faintly in the blankets. Why should she go? Why should she trouble herself at all? He was nothing to her. He had been rude and strange and very disagreeable. She had not liked him, and he had not liked her. There was no reason, none at all, for her to leave her bed in the middle of the night and go to him as though she cared what became of him. She turned on her side again, her back now toward the door. Let him cry. Let him cry as much as he liked. It was not her concern. And yet, the sound came again, and again, and again. Mary's eyes opened once more, and this time, they chose not to close. Her breath grew shorter, not with fear, but with rising impatience. It was dreadful. It was worse than dreadful. It was unbearable. She pushed herself right up again, quicker now, the blanket slipping away from her shoulders. "I wish he would stop," she said under her breath, more sharply this time. But the crying didn't stop. It went on, restless and weak and constant, filling the silence until there was no silence left at all. Mary swung her feet fully to the floor now. The cold touched her skin, but she scarcely noticed it. Her whole body felt tight, drawn with something that had begun as irritation and had now become something much stronger, something that would not let her lie still. Should she endure it? Why should she lie there and listen to such a thing when she might go and make him stop? Her head lifted. Her eyes flashed. "Yes," she whispered suddenly, the word coming almost before she knew what she meant to say. "If he cries again," and even as the thought formed, he did. Louder, more desperate than before. Mary stood up. "That's enough," she said, her voice low but fierce in the quiet room. "I will not bear it." She pulled on a robe and pulled it about her quickly, her movement sharp now, purposeful. If he would not stop, then she would make him stop. She turned toward the door, and just as her hand lifted, she heard something else. Footsteps, quick, uneven, hurrying along the corridor outside. Mary paused, listening. The crying continued beyond the walls, and now, beneath it, The sound of someone running, coming nearer, coming fast. The footsteps came nearer, quick, uneven, hurrying along the corridor with a kind of frightened urgency that did not belong to the quiet house at night. Mary stood quite still, her hand hovering near the door, listening. The crying hadn't stopped. It rose again, thin and broken, and now, with the sound of running feet beneath it, the whole house no longer felt still at all. Something was happening. Mary moved then, quickly, but without noise, and opened her door just enough to look out. The corridor lay dim and shadowed, lit only by a faint lamp set far down the passage. The long walls seemed to stretch endlessly into the darkness. And along that passage, someone was coming. It was the nurse. She was hurrying, her steps uneven, her face pale and anxious even in the low light. Her cap had slipped slightly, and she held one hand against her side as though she had come a great distance in haste. Mary stepped out at once. "What's the matter?" she asked, her voice low but direct. The nurse startled slightly when she saw her, as though she had not expected anyone to be awake. "Oh, Miss Mary," she said quickly, almost breathless. "It's Master Colin. He's worked himself into such a state as I've ever seen. He'll do himself harm if he goes on so." The crying sounded again, louder now, more strained. The nurse turned her head toward the direction of it with a troubled look. "I cannot quiet him," she went on. "He will not listen. He says no one understands him. He will not have anyone near him. And yet he will not stop crying out." Mary's eyes sharpened. "I heard him," she said. "Aye, you would," the nurse answered, almost helplessly. "The whole house must hear him tonight." Another cry came, ragged, desperate. The nurse pressed her lips together. "I do not know what to do with him," she said. "If he goes on so, he'll make himself worse, far worse. He must be stopped. But he will not be stopped." She looked at Mary then, quickly, searchingly, and something like a thought seemed to come to her. "Would you," she began, hesitating just a little, "would you come and speak to him, miss?" Mary did not answer at once. The crying came again. It echoed faintly down the corridor, restless, unceasing. The nurse's voice softened slightly, though it was still urgent. "He spoke of you before," she said. "He's taken a notion that you would." She did not quite finish the sentence. Mary stood very still, her face set. Why should she go? Why should she be sent for, as though she were meant to soothe him or quiet him or tend to him as though it were her place to do so? He had been disagreeable. He had been selfish. He had made no effort to be kind. And now they would have her go to him in the middle of the night because he could not govern himself? Mary's hands tightened at her side. The crying came again, longer, more broken, and something in her answered it, not with pity, but with fierce impatience. "If he will not stop," she said at last, her voice low and steady, "then I will make him stop." The nurse stared at her for a moment, uncertain, but Mary had already begun to move. She stepped past her into the corridor, her small figure straight and determined, her pace quickening as she turned toward the sound. The nurse followed at once, and together they went down the long passage toward the room where the crying had not yet ceased. The door stood open. The sound struck her before she reached it. Not just crying, but wild, broken screaming, loud enough to fill the corridor. Mary did not stop. She ran straight in. Colin was not sitting up. He was flung face down into the pillows, his head buried, his body twisted in his bedclothes, his fists striking against the mattress as though he could not drive the terror out of himself. The pillows muffled the sound, but not enough. The cries were still loud, still jagged, still dreadful to hear. "I shall die. I shall die, came through the smothered fabric. I felt it. I know I did. No one believes me. Miss Medlock stood near the fire, rigid with alarm. Martha hovered near the bed, her hands clasped tight, as though afraid to touch him. The nurse lingered just behind them, uneasy, uncertain, as if she dared not go closer. The room was full of people, of worry, of noise, and yet nothing was being done. Mary went straight to the bed. "Stop it," she said. Her voice cut through everything. Sharp, clear. Colin gasped, but the screaming did not stop at once. "I shall die," he cried again. "I felt it. I know I did. I shall grow crooked." "Stop it," Mary said again. She stepped closer, right beside him. "I hate you," she said suddenly. "I hate you." The words struck the room in silence. Colin lifted his head from the pillow. His face was white, his eyes wild and wet with tears. The screaming stopped, not slowly, but all at once. Mary stood firm. "If you scream again," she said, her voice low and fierce, "I will scream too." She leaned closer. "And I can scream louder than you can." No one spoke. No one moved. "I will frighten you," she said. "I will frighten you if you do not stop." Colin stared at her, shocked, almost stunned. No one had ever spoken to him so. Then, "I felt it," he said hoarsely. "I did. I felt it in my back. There is a lump. I know there is." "There is not," Mary said at once. "There is," he insisted, though weaker now. "There is not," she said again. "It's only your bones. You are so thin you can feel them." "I am not," he cried. "There is something there. There is." Mary turned sharply. "Come here," she said to the nurse. "Come and look at his back." The nurse hesitated at once, her hands drawn close. "He will not like it," she said quickly. "He'll cry out again. He always does." "He will," Mary said. She turned back. "Let her look," she said. Colin stared at her, breathing hard. For a moment, it seemed he might refuse. Then, "Let her," he said faintly. The nurse stepped forward carefully, almost fearfully, her hands gentle as she examined his back. The room held still around them. She looked, paused, looked again, and then straightened. "There is no lump," she said. Colin stared at her. "None?" "None," she said. "Nothing but what has always been there." Mary drew in a breath. "There," she said. "You see? You were frightening yourself." Colin lay still. His face had changed. The terror had not yet vanished, but it had loosened. His breathing slowed, uneven, but quieter. After a moment, his voice came again, small now. "Shall I live?" The question hung in the room. The nurse looked at him, more gently now. "Oh, yes," she said, "if you will do as you are told." He watched her closely. "If you will take your food," she went on, "and go in the fresh air when it is time, and not work yourself into these states, there is no reason you should not grow strong." "Strong?" "Yes," she said, "stronger than you are now." Mary stood beside the bed, listening. "You see," she said quietly, "you are not going to die." Colin did not answer at once. He looked from the nurse to Mary. Something in his expression had shifted. Not fear now, but the beginning of belief. And for the first time, he was quiet. For a little while, no one spoke. The room, which had been so full of noise, seemed almost too quiet now. Colin lay back against the pillows, pale and spent. His lashes were still damp, his breathing uneven, but no longer wild. The nurse moved first. She came forward quickly now, more certain than before, beginning at once to set things right. She straightened the bedclothes, lifted the pillows, and settled him more comfortably, her hands gentle but practiced. "There now," she said softly. "You have worn yourself out, Master Colin. That is what has made you feel so ill." Colin didn't answer. He lay still, letting her move him as she would. "If I had known what you were fearing," she went on, "I could have told you there was nothing to be afraid of." Her voice carried a trace of regret now. "But you must not work yourself in such a state again." She drew the covers up more evenly, smoothing them with care. "You will be easier presently," she added. "You must lie quiet." Colin's eyes shifted then, slowly, until they found Mary. "You said," he began faintly, "you said I was not going to die." "You are not," Mary said. Her voice was quieter now, but just as certain. "You frightened yourself." Colin watched her. For a moment, he said nothing. Then, "You made me stop," he said. Mary didn't answer at once. "I was tired of listening to you," she said at last. But there was no sharpness in it now, only truth. The nurse glanced between them, something in her expression softening. "You had better rest now," she said more gently. Then, to Mary, "And you, Miss Mary, you have been up in all of this as well." Mary shook her head at once. "I'm not tired," she said. She moved closer to the bed. "I will stay with him." The nurse hesitated, just a moment, then gave a small, grateful nod. "Aye," she said softly. "He is quieter with you here." She adjusted the pillows once more, making certain he was settled. "If he is asleep in half an hour, I will come back," she added. "I shall be in the next room." Colin's eyes hadn't left Mary. "You will stay?" he asked again, more faintly now. "Yes," Mary said. She drew a chair nearer and sat down beside the bed. Not stiffly, but simply, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. The nurse moved toward the door, pausing once to look back. Everything was quieter now, ordered, safe again. Then she slipped out, softly, leaving them alone. Colin lay still, watching Mary. The storm had passed, and something else, something quieter, had taken its place. For a little while, neither of them spoke. The fire burned low in the grate, its light shifting softly against the walls. The great house, which had seemed so full of noise before, had fallen quiet again. Colin lay back against the pillows, watching Mary. His eyes no longer looked wild, only tired, and thinking. "You said you would stay," he said after a time. "I am staying," Mary answered. She sat beside him, her hands resting quietly in her lap. She didn't fidget. She didn't try to fill the silence. She simply remained. Colin watched her for a long time. "You don't look frightened now," he said. "I wasn't frightened," Mary answered. "You were screaming," she added. Colin considered this. "Yes," he said. After a moment he asked, "Why did you not run away?" Mary paused. "I thought about it," she said plainly. "But I was too angry." Colin looked at her again, more closely this time. "You're not like anyone else," he said. Mary didn't answer that. She only shifted slightly in her chair. After a moment, she said, "My Ayah used to sing to me. She sang in Hindustani. I didn't always understand the words, but I liked the sound of them." "Will you sing?" he asked. Mary shook her head. "I don't remember them well enough." She paused. Then, I could tell you something instead. Colin's eyes settled on her again. What? Mary hesitated only a moment this time. I could tell you about the garden. Colin's breathing changed, just slightly. The garden? Mary nodded. It's a secret garden, she said. No one goes in. No one has gone for years. And how do you know? I've been there, Mary said. Colin stared at her. You have? Yes. Where is it? Mary shook her head at once. I cannot tell you that. Why? Because it's a secret, she said. Colin was quiet for a moment. Then, I like secrets, he said. Mary's voice grew softer then, without her quite meaning it to. There is a door, she said, and the walls are covered in ivy, so thick you cannot see the stone at all. Colin listened without moving. And when the wind blows, she went on, the ivy stirs a little, and you can hear it, like something whispering. His eyes did not leave her face. And there are trees inside, she said, old ones, and their branches that hang so low that you can stand beneath them and not see the sky. Colin drew in a slow breath. And the earth, Mary said, smells warm, even when the air is cold. She paused. There are places where the green things are just beginning to push up through the soil. Flowers? Colin asked. Yes, Mary said. Though you cannot see them all yet. Only the little points of green. But you know what will come and what will be. Colin's voice was quieter now. As if they are alive, he said. And they are, Mary answered. They're waking up. Colin lay very still. I dreamed about it, he said after a moment. Mary looked at him. You did? He nodded faintly. I thought I was there, and it wasn't lonely. Mary did not speak at once. Then she said, very quietly, It's not. Colin's hand shifted slightly against the coverlet. Mary noticed it. She hesitated, only a second, and then moved her hand just enough that it rested near his. Not holding, only near. Colin's fingers turned, barely, and touched hers. He didn't pull away. Neither did she. The firelight moved gently along the walls. Colin's breathing slowed. You will tell me more, he murmured. Yes, Mary said, when you are stronger. He didn't answer. His eyes had closed. Mary sat beside him, very still, listening to the quiet, and she did not move away. Colin didn't sleep long. It was not the heavy, restless sleep he had fallen into before, but something lighter, quieter. When he opened his eyes again, the fire had burned lower and the room felt still and dim. Mary didn't move. She sat where she had been, her chair drawn near the bed. He watched her for a moment before speaking. You're still here, he said. Yes, Mary answered. She leaned forward slightly. You slept. Colin considered this. I wasn't dreaming of dying, he said. No, Mary said. You were not. There was a pause, then, You said you had been in the garden, Colin said. Mary didn't answer at once. She had not meant to say so much. Yes, she said at last. I have been there. Colin pushed himself a little higher against the pillows. How did you get in? I found the key, Mary said. And the door. Colin stared at her. How long have you known? Mary hesitated. Then she said, For some time. You knew and you didn't tell me? There was no anger in his voice yet, only surprise. Mary met his eyes. I didn't know if I could trust you, she said. The words stayed in the room. Colin's expression changed. You didn't trust me? No, Mary said. I thought you would tell. Colin drew in a breath. I wouldn't have told, he said quickly. Mary said nothing. I would not, he repeated more firmly now. You might have, Mary said. You like to have people listening to you. Colin's face flushed faintly. I am not as I was, he said. Mary watched him. No, she said slowly. You are not. There was a moment of quiet between them. Then Colin said, I want to know. Mary didn't speak. I want to see it, he said. You cannot, Mary said at once. You're not strong enough. I could be, Colin said. Not yet, Mary answered. Colin lay back for a moment thinking. Then, he said, if I keep your secret, will you tell me everything? Mary looked at him. You must always keep it, she said. I will, Colin said. You mustn't tell anyone. I will not. Mary studied him. You mustn't even speak of it unless we are alone. I will not, he said again. There was a steadiness in his voice now that had not been there before. Mary watched him a moment longer. Then, I will tell you, she said. Colin let out a slow breath. You must get well first, she added. I shall get well, he said. And it was not said wildly, not as before, but quietly, as though he were thinking it through. Mary nodded once. You must eat, she said, and go out in the air. Colin turned his head slightly. Into the garden? Mary shook her head. Not at first, but someday, she said. Colin's eyes returned to her. Yes, he said, someday. The word lingered, not like a dream, but like something that might be waited for. Mary sat back in her chair again. The room was quiet, but it didn't feel empty. There was something in it now, something held between them, something not to be spoken out loud, but kept. Mary didn't wake early the next morning. The light was already in the room when she opened her eyes. For a moment, she lay still. Then everything came back at once. Colin, the night, the garden. She sat up quickly. I have slept too long, she said. Just then, the door opened and Martha came in, carrying her breakfast on a tray. Well now, Martha said, setting it down. You look as if you've had a night of it. Mary pushed her hair back from her face. I was with Colin, she said. I thought as much, Martha answered. He's been asking for you this morning. Mary looked up quickly. For me? Aye, said Martha. He says, please ask Miss Mary if she'll please come and talk to me. She gave a small nod. He said please, too. Mary's eyes widened slightly. He never does. No, Martha said. And that's what I thought. She leaned a little closer, her voice lower now. It's a queer fancy's taken to you, she said. I've not seen the like. Mary said nothing, but she listened. You were that bad last night, Martha went on. Screaming fit to frighten anybody. She gave Mary a sideways look. But you went in and gave it to him. Mary's expression did not change. I made him stop, she said. Aye, Martha said. You did that. And there's not another in this house as would have dared it. She shook her head slightly. Poor lad, she added. He's been spoiled till salt won't save him. Mary sat still, her hands resting lightly on the coverlet. My mother says, Martha went on, as the two worst things that can happen to a child is never to have his own way, or to always have it. She gave a thoughtful little nod. She doesn't know which is worst. Mary was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I was going to go to Deepen this morning. Martha straightened a little. Well, you can go after to him, she answered. He'll keep. Mary hesitated. She had meant to go at once. "That's right," she said. "He'll be looking for you." Mary slipped out of bed and began to dress quickly. "I will tell him," she said, "and then I will go." Martha lifted the tray again, watching her with a small, knowing look. "Well," she said, half to herself, "there's summun changed, and that's plain enough." Mary didn't answer, but she knew it was true. Mary did not wait once she left the house. She ran down the corridor, through the great door, and out into the fresh morning air. The wind met her at once, cool and alive. She hardly felt it. She ran faster, and in 5 minutes she was there. The secret garden. Dickon sat on the grass as if he belonged to it, as if the earth itself had made room for him. The fox lay stretched at his side. The crow watched from near his knee, and 2 small squirrels clung to his shoulders, their tiny paws curled into his coat. Dickon looked up, and his face broke into a wide, easy grin. "Well now," he said, "thou'rt late this morning." Mary came in breathless, but bright. "I had to stay with Colin," she said. Dickon smiled, softened. "Aye," he said. "How is he?" "He was very ill," Mary answered. "He thought he felt a lump, and that he was going to die." Dickon's brow drew together. "Eh," he said quietly, "that's a bad way for a lad to be thinking." He glanced out over the garden, thoughtful. "A body shut up and seeing naught," he went on. "He gets to thinking queer." Mary stepped closer. "He wants to see you," she said. Dickon looked at her. "Me?" "And the creatures," Mary said. "He wants to see Captain and the fox and the squirrels." Dickon's face lit, but more gently this time. "Well," he said, "we mun go and get him then." Mary drew a breath, and then she began. "Aye, that we mun," she said. Dickon's head tilted, and then his grin came slow and wide. Mary went on, a little quicker now, the words tumbling. "I'll tell thee what us'll do first. We'll go back and speak to him, and I'll ask him if thou can come and see him tomorrow morning, and bring the creatures with thee. And then, when there's a bit more leaves out, and happen a bud or two, we'll get him to come out. Us'll push him in the chair and bring him here and show him everything." She stopped, just for a breath. Dickon was watching her, openly delighted. "Well now," he said softly, "thou'st got it, haven't thou?" Mary did not quite smile, but her eyes shone. "I'm going to speak to him that way," she said. Dickon laughed then, full and warm. "That'll do him more good than aught else," he said. "There's naught like laughing." He looked over the garden again, the small green shoots, the bare branches, the quiet promise of change. "We'll have him out here," he said. "Sun'll do it, air and growing things." Then he looked back at her. "We'll not waste no time." Mary felt it then, clear and certain. "I must go back and tell him," she said. "Aye," Dickon answered. "Go on then." Mary turned and ran again, back through the door, through the corridors, carrying the garden with her. She didn't slow until she reached Colin's room. She went in at once. Colin was lying against the pillows, pale still, but awake. He turned his head quickly when she entered. "You've been out," he said at once. "Yes," Mary answered, coming nearer. He looked at her closely. "You smell like flowers," he said, "and fresh things." Mary stood beside the bed. "It's the wind from the moor," she said, "and the garden." Colin drew in a breath, as if he could take it in. "Tell me," he said. Mary hesitated only a moment, and then she began again, deliberately. "I've been in the garden," she said. Colin blinked. "In the what?" Mary's eyes flickered, just slightly pleased. "I'm giving thee a bit of Yorkshire," she said. "I cannot speak it well to Dickon or Martha, but I want thee to hear the shape of it. Thou'rt Yorkshire too, born and bred." Colin stared at her, and then slowly he laughed. "What are you doing?" he said. "I shall speak it to thee," Mary answered, and he laughed again, more easily this time. Mary watched him closely, then went on. I saw Deacon, she said. He had the fox with him, and the crow, and the squirrels, one on each shoulder, and Captain, and a little pony with shaggy hair all around his eyes. Colin's face changed as he listened. I wish I could see them, he said. Mary leaned forward slightly. You shall, she said. We will bring him, Deacon and the creatures. Colin looked at her searchingly. Would he come? He would come for you, Mary said. Colin was quiet for a moment. I have not liked people, he said slowly. Nor I, Mary said. And Ben Weatherstaff does not like people either. But Deacon doesn't mind us, and we don't mind each other. Colin glanced at her, and something in that seemed to steady him. I was wrong yesterday, he said. You were, Mary answered. I didn't want you to send Deacon away, Colin said. I only didn't like him being called an angel. Mary's mouth moved slightly. He's not like an angel, she said. Colin let out a quiet laugh. No, he said. He's not. The room grew quiet, but it was not the same kind of quiet as before. Mary looked at him directly. Can I trust you? She said. Colin's expression changed at once. Yes, he said. You can. Mary held his gaze. I found the garden, she said. Colin's eyes widened, bright now. You did. I found the door, Mary said. And I found the key, weeks ago. I didn't tell you because I didn't know if I could trust you. Colin didn't look hurt. He only stared at her, as if something inside him had opened. I wouldn't have told, he said. I would not tell now. Mary watched him for a moment, and then she nodded. I know, she said, and something had begun between the two of them. Only just beginning. And so, at last, the house fell quiet again. The long corridors, which had carried the echoes of fear and hurried footsteps, settled once more into their deep and watchful stillness. Behind closed doors, all was calm. In his room, Colin lay resting, the storm of the night spent, his breathing slow and even, at last. And nearby, Mary slept too, no longer restless, no longer alone in her thoughts. Beyond the tall walls, the moor stretched wide beneath the dark sky, the wind moving softly now, as though it too had grown gentle. And though the night held its silence, something within the house had shifted, something small, only just beginning. Misselthwaite Manor stood alone upon the edge of the moor. The land around it stretched wide and open, rolling outward in long, uneven reaches of brown and muted green, broken here and there by stone and scrub and the faint winding of distant paths. There were no neighboring houses close by, no village sounds, no passing voices, only the quiet expanse of open country and the great sky above it. That afternoon, the light lay pale across the moor. The wind, which had been sharp in the days before, had quieted to something lower and less insistent, though the air still carried its chill. It moved now only in soft passes across the grasses, bending them gently and then letting them rise again, as though the land itself breathed slowly beneath it. The manor rose from the stillness, large and weathered, its stone walls darkened by time and seasons. Its many windows looked outward over the open land, some catching the faint light, others already dim within, as though the house did not take in the day all at once, but slowly, in pieces. Inside, the corridors had grown quiet again. The disturbance of the night before had passed, but not entirely. There remained a sense of it, lingering in the air, in the way voices were kept low, in the careful movements of those who went about their duties. Doors had been opened and closed more than usual. Footsteps had traveled more quickly than they did on ordinary days. And though the house had settled, it had not yet returned fully to itself. At the great entrance, a carriage had drawn up, not long before. Dr. Craven had come. He stepped down without delay and made his way inside, his manner brisk, his expression already set with a kind of weary expectation. He had been sent for in haste, as he always was when such disturbances occurred, and he had come prepared to find what he nearly always found: a shaken boy, a long day ahead, little real change. Mrs. Medlock met him as he entered. She came forward at once, her face composed, though there was something in it, something he could not immediately name, that caused him to pause just slightly before speaking. "Well," he said, shortly. "How is he this morning?" Mrs. Medlock did not answer at once. "You'll scarcely believe your eyes when you see him, sir," she said. There was no alarm in her voice, no agitation, but something steadier, something that didn't match the tone that he expected to hear. Dr. Craven gave a brief, impatient sound under his breath. "I've seen him in all states," he replied. "I do not think there is much left that could surprise me." But even as he spoke, he had already begun to move. He crossed the hall and turned toward the passage that led to the boys' rooms, his step quickening, just enough to show that, whether he believed it or not, he meant to see for himself, without delay. Behind him, Mrs. Medlock followed. Dr. Craven opened the door and stepped into the room. The expectation had already settled in him. He had come to find disorder. He had come to find the boy worn out from the night, weak, fretful, lying among pillows with that strained look he knew too well. Instead, he stopped just inside the threshold. The curtains had been drawn back. Afternoon light lay clear across the room, resting on the rug and climbing softly along the side of the sofa, where Colin sat upright, wrapped in his dressing gown. The window stood open. The air moved lightly through the room, cool, fresh, carrying something of the moor with it. Colin wasn't alone. Mary stood near the window. For a moment, no one spoke. Dr. Craven didn't step forward at once. He looked at the boy, at the color in his face, at the way he sat, not sunk into the cushions, but held upright and awake. "Well," he said at last, "this is a change." Colin met his eyes. "Yes," he said. "I'm better." His voice was steady. Dr. Craven moved a little farther into the room. "You must take care, boy. You're not strong." Colin's hand rested against the edge of the sofa. "I shall go outside." The words came simply, without hesitation, and Dr. Craven paused. "Outside?" "Yes." Colin didn't look away. "I shall have fresh air." The curtain stirred faintly. The light didn't shift. "You have not cared for it before," Dr. Craven said. "I don't like it when I am alone," Colin answered. Mary didn't move, but the air from the window lifted a loose strand of her hair. "And now, I shall not be alone," Colin added. Dr. Craven's gaze moved toward her, only briefly. Then he returned. "And who will attend with you?" "My cousin." Colin spoke plainly. "She knows how to take care of me." There was a small pause. "And Dickon will come." The name settled quietly into the room. Dr. Craven's brow drew slightly together. "Dickon?" "Yes." Colin's voice didn't waver. "He knows everything about such things." The room felt different now, less closed, as though something had already shifted. Dr. Craven said nothing for a moment. Then, "You mustn't excite yourself." "I am not excited," Colin answered. He sat a little straighter. I'm going to get well. The words were quiet, but certain. Dr. Craven looked at him for a long moment. Something in his expression did not quite settle. Something he had expected to find wasn't there, and something else had taken its place. Dr. Craven didn't sit down at once. He stood beside the chair, looking at Colin. The room was not as it had been before. The window stood open now, and the air that moved through was cool and clean. It carried with it the faint scent of the moor, something wide and distant and alive. The curtains lifted and settled again. Light had found its way in. It rested softly across the floor, across the sofa, across the open pages of the garden book beside Colin's hand. For a moment, no one spoke. "You must not tire yourself," the doctor said at last. His voice sounded quieter than it had the night before. Colin didn't lie back. "I am not tired." He sat upright, his shoulders no longer drawn in, his face clearer now in the morning light. Dr. Craven watched him carefully. "You were very ill last night." "I was frightened," Colin answered. The words came more easily now. "And when I'm frightened, I feel it everywhere." He moved his hand faintly against his arm, as though remembering. "I think of it, and then I cannot stop thinking." The air stirred again. Mary stood near the window. A strand of her hair moved lightly against her cheek, but she didn't lift her hand to push it away. She was watching Colin. "And now?" Dr. Craven asked. Colin shook his head. "I am not thinking of it now." There was a small pause. Then, "She makes me forget." He didn't look at Mary when he said it, but he didn't need to. Dr. Craven's eyes shifted toward her. She said nothing, but there was something steady in the way she stood, something that didn't move or change under his gaze. "That is not a cure." Colin leaned forward slightly. "I don't want a cure. I want to get well." The words were simple, but they settled firmly into the room. Outside, something moved faintly in the distance. The wind across the moor, low and wandering. Dr. Craven studied him. "You have said that before." "I did not mean it before." Colin's fingers rested against the edge of the open book. "But I mean it now." The light shifted slightly as the cloud passed. Then returned again. "I am going outside." Dr. Craven's brow drew faintly together. "Outside?" "Yes." Colin's voice did not rise, but something in it held. "I shall go into the garden." The word lingered. Garden. And it didn't feel like imagination now. It felt like something real. Mary's eyes lowered slightly, just for a moment, and when she looked up again, there was the smallest warmth in her expression. "And who will take you?" "My cousin." Colin's voice softened just slightly. "And Dickon." Again, something changed, not in the room, but in the feeling of it, as though the air itself had shifted. Dr. Craven gave out a low, slow breath. "I know the boy." There was something quieter in his tone now. "He's a sensible lad." Colin nodded. "He's not afraid of anything." The curtains lifted again. The light remained. The room no longer felt closed. Dr. Craven looked from Colin to Mary and back again. Something had altered, not loudly, not completely, but enough that it could not be set aside. For a little while after Dr. Craven spoke, no one moved. The air from the open window passed softly through the room. The curtain lifted and fell again. Colin sat with the garden book open beside him. Mary stood near the window. Then she turned slightly toward him. "Aye," she said. "Thou'll go out." The words came differently. rounder, stronger. Colin blinked. What? Mary's eyes held his. Thou'll go out, she repeated, a little more easily now. And thou'll see it all. For a moment, he only looked at her. Then, a small smile broke across his face. You're speaking differently. Yes. Mary didn't look uncertain. It is Yorkshire. She shifted her weight slightly, as though trying the words again. Thou art a Yorkshire lad thyself, she said. Born and bred. Colin gave a short laugh. I am not. Mary's expression didn't change. Thou art, she said again, more firmly, and thou doesn't know it. The air stirred lightly between them. Colin laughed again, this time more freely. It seemed to surprise him. What are you saying? I'm giving thee a bit of Yorkshire, Mary replied. I cannot do it as well as Martha or Dickon. Then there was the smallest pause. But thou'll understand. Colin leaned back slightly against his cushions. There was color in his face now. Say more. Mary hesitated only a moment, then. We'll get thee out, she said, and as soon as the weather's right, and we'll take thee off out to the garden. The words settled differently now. Not quiet, not distant, but near and real. Colin didn't answer at once, but the look in his face had changed again. Dr. Craven had been watching, and he hadn't interrupted. But now, you are teaching him dialect, he said. Mary turned toward him. I am learning it, she answered. As I learned in India. Dr. Craven regarded her. And you think this is of use? Mary didn't hesitate. Yes. There was no explanation, no apology, only certainty. Dr. Craven gave a faint, almost dismissive breath. Well, if it amuses you. It does amuse me, Mary replied. Her voice remained calm. But it makes him laugh. The room was still again. Only the curtains moved slightly in the open air. Colin was smiling. And though Dr. Craven didn't say it, he had seen it. The room had grown brighter since morning. The window stood open, and the air that moved through it carried the faint scent of the moor, cool and green and wide. The nurse stood near the table, setting out things for the day. Now and then she glanced towards the sofa. Colin was not lying down. He sat upright among the cushions, the coverlet drawn across his knees, his eyes clearer than they had been the day before. You may tell the servants. The nurse paused. Tell them what, sir? That a boy is coming to the house this morning. There was a small silence. And he will bring animals with him. The nurse blinked. Animals, sir? Yes. Colin didn't hesitate. A fox, a crow, 2 squirrels, and a lamb. The nurse gave a soft, uncertain cough. Yes, sir? They're not to be kept below in the servants' hall, Colin said. His voice remained even. They are to be brought here at once. Another pause. Yes, sir. And they are not to be frightened, he added. They are used to him. The nurse inclined her head again. Yes, sir. She turned back to her work, but more slowly now. Mary had gone to the window. She stood very still. The air brushed against her face as she listened. For a moment, nothing. Only the low movement of the wind across the moor. Then, call! The sound came sharp and clear, carried through the open air and straight to the window. Mary's head tilted. The crow, she said softly. Colin turned toward her. Then, bah! A small, wavering sound. Thin, new, almost uncertain of itself. Mary leaned forward slightly. That's the lamb. The sound came again. Softer this time. Nearer. Colin's hands tightened against the coverlid. Then another sound from the corridor. A step. Then another. Heavy, measured, boots thick with mud striking the floor, then muffled as they met the rugs. Thud. A pause. A thud. Mary turned from the window. That's him, she said. The latch moved. The door opened. And Dickon stood there. For a moment, it felt as though the outside had stepped into the room. The air shifted. Something living, untamed and easy, came in with him. In his arms, the lamb rested, its small body pressed close and its head lifting as it gave another soft, searching "baa." At his feet, the fox slipped in without a sound. The crow followed, its wings brushing once against the air before settling along the back of the chair. Colin stared. He had never seen anything like it. Dickon stepped forward as though he had always meant to come here. "They'll not do thee harm." His voice was quiet. "They know where they are." He came nearer. The lamb shifted again. "It were hungry. I thought they might like to see it fed." Colin leaned back, just slightly. His breath caught. He didn't finish. Dickon knelt. "Aye," he said gently. "It's but a little one." He lowered the lamb. For a moment, Colin drew back. Fear flickered across his face. "I cannot." But the lamb didn't struggle. It settled, warm and small, its weight resting lightly against him. A soft "baa" came again, and Colin froze. His hands hovered. Dickon's voice remained steady. "It's only telling thee it's hungry. It will not hurt thee." Colin looked at him, then at the lamb. Then slowly, very slowly, he lowered his hand. His fingers touched the wool. Soft, warmer than he had expected. The lamb pressed faintly against him, didn't pull away. Colin didn't move. And then his breath changed. And when he looked up, there was something in his face that hadn't been there before. Not fear, not illness. Something quieter than something new. The room no longer felt as it had before. It was not only the open window, though that alone had changed much. The air moved freely now, passing in and out as though it belonged there, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something green beyond the walls. The curtains lifted more often, the light stayed longer, and there was, at times, a quiet kind of movement in the room that had nothing to do with illness at all. It didn't happen all at once. After that afternoon, it began to happen each day. Dickon came, not as a visitor, but as though he had always meant to. And each time he came, the outside came with him. The crow called through the window before he reached the door, a sharp, familiar call that carried through the room. Sometimes it came early, perched on the ledge as though waiting. The squirrels no longer kept their distance. They ran quick along the branches outside, then along the sill, and more than once they slipped into the room without hesitation. One morning, one darted across the arm of the sofa and paused near Colin's hand. He started. Then he held still. Very still. The creature's nose twitched. Then, just as quickly, it was gone again. Colin let out a breath he had not known he was holding. The lamb grew stronger each day. Its small voice, thin at first, became clearer. "Bah!" It would press close, nudging gently, as though asking to be noticed. At first, Colin stiffened at the touch. Then, slowly, he let his hand rest against its wool, soft, warm, and he didn't pull away. Dickon watched without interfering. "If thou lets it be," he said quietly, "it'll come when it chooses." And it did. He moved about the room easily, setting things right without seeming to do so. Once, he shifted a chair closer to the window. Another time, he opened a book and turned it so that the light fell better across the page. He did these things as though they were nothing, but the room felt easier for it. And Mary noticed. She said nothing. Sometimes she stood at the window, looking out across the moor, her hair stirring lightly by the breeze. Sometimes she sat close by, leaning forward as the great books were opened between them. There were many now, heavy books filled with gardens, Paths, borders, beds of flowers drawn in careful lines. They turned the pages slowly. Dickon would point, naming things not as they were written, but as they were known. "That'll come first," he said. "Thou'll see that one soon enough." "And that?" Colin asked. "That one takes longer, but it comes." Colin listened, and he didn't argue, and he didn't complain, and he asked questions. And when he asked, it was because he wanted to know. Sometimes he forgot himself, and he would begin speaking without thinking, and go on longer than he meant to. Once, when the crow gave a sudden call from the window, he laughed, short and surprised. He stopped almost at once, as though he had done something he should not have, but no one corrected him. Dickon only glanced up, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Mary's eyes flickered toward him, and then away again. The window remained open, always. The air moved easily through the room. Days passed in this way, quietly, but not empty, and nothing in the room felt shut away anymore. The change did not go unnoticed. At first, it was only small things. A window left open longer than usual. A chair moved closer to the light. The sound of voices where there had only been quiet. But before long, it became something more. It was Colin who made it so. "Send them to me," he said one morning. The nurse paused. "Who, sir?" "The servants," he answered. "Whoever is nearest." There was a hesitation, but only a moment. "Yes, Master Colin." And they came. Not all at once, but enough to fill the doorway and stand just inside, uncertain of why they were being called. Colin didn't look uncertain. He sat upright, the coverlet drawn neatly across his knees, his hands resting still. Mary stood nearby. Dickon leaned lightly against the wall as though he had no part in it at all. "You will understand," Colin said, "that I am going out." There was a stir. No one spoke. "I shall not be followed," he continued. "Nor watched." The nurse shifted slightly. But Master Colin, I shall not be followed." Not louder, but he said it again, and firmer. There was a pause. Then, "Yes, sir. I shall go when I choose," he added, "and I shall go with them." He turned his head slightly, toward Mary, toward Dickon. "They know what to do." There was another silence, different this time, less uncertain. "Yes, sir." "And you're not to trouble them, nor send anyone after us." The nurse inclined her head. "Yes, Master Colin." And it was done, more easily than any of them had expected. When they had gone, the room felt quieter, but not as it once had. Mary looked at him. "You spoke as if you were grown." "I am growing," Colin answered. There was no sharpness in it, only certainty. Dickon gave a small nod. "Aye, thou art." Colin turned toward the window. The air moved in softly. "When shall we go?" "Soon." "Not today," Dickon added. "The wind's still sharp." Colin didn't argue. He looked from one to the other, then nodded. "Very well, but we shall go." Mary's eyes lit. "Yes," she said, "we shall." And this time, no one doubted it. They didn't go, not the next day, nor the day after that. The wind had turned. It came strong against the moor, pressing against the house in long, steady breaths that rattled faintly at the windows and moved through the chimneys with a low, restless sound. "It would not do," Dickon said. "Not yet." Colin sat up as he listened. He didn't argue, but his hands tightened slightly when they rested. Mary watched him. "It will pass," she said. He nodded, but he didn't look satisfied. The window remained open. Even with the wind, the air came in cooler now, sharper, carrying with it The smell of earth turned and waiting. Dickon came each day as before. The crows still called from the ledge. The squirrels came and went. The lamb, stronger now, moved more easily, no longer uncertain of its place. And still, they didn't go. Instead, they spoke of it. Not idly, not as something imagined, but as something certain. They spoke of the path, not the main walk. That would be seen. "There's a way around," Dickon said, crouching low as he traced it with his finger along the edge of the carpet. "Though, where the ground dips a bit." Mary leaned closer. "Yes, past the hedge." "And then, along the wall," Colin said, following the line. Their voices lowered, not from fear, but from knowing. "No one must see," Mary said. "No one will," Colin answered. Dickon nodded once. "Aye." They spoke too of the chair, how it would be moved, when, who would take hold. "I shall walk some of it," Colin said once. Mary looked at him quickly. "You must not try too much at first." "I shall not," he said. But there was something in his voice that had not been there before. Not stubbornness, something steadier. Each day the plan grew clearer. Each day it came nearer. And yet they waited. Sometimes Colin would turn toward the window and listen. The wind moving across the moor carried a sound with it, wide and distant and full of space. He would sit very still when he heard it, as though he were already trying to place himself there. "Soon," Mary would say. And this time, he believed her. The next morning seemed to come earlier than it had the past few days. Before the corridors had filled with sound, before doors had begun to open and close, there was already a quiet sense of movement. Mary was dressed and ready, her hair loosely gathered, her hands steady as she crossed the room and opened the window a little wider, testing the air as it moved in. It was cool, but gentle. There was no sharpness to it now, no resistance in the wind. She turned at once. "It's time," she said. Colin was awake and waiting, not restless, but alert in a way that made him seem almost changed from the boy he had been only days before. Dickon stood near the door, as though he had always been there, his presence as steady and certain as the morning itself. Without wasted movement, the chair was brought forward, and Colin rose just enough to shift his weight and feel, if only for a moment, the ground beneath him before settling back again, his hands tightening slightly at the effort, but not with fear. Mary was beside him immediately. "Only a little," she said softly. "I know," he answered, and there was something firm in it, something that held. The door opened quietly, and the corridor beyond lay still and empty, the hush of the early morning holding everything in place. They moved at once, not hurriedly in a careless way, but with a quiet purpose that allowed no pause, the wheels of the chair passing softly over the rugs as they made their way down the passage and around the turn, avoiding the wider hall and keeping instead to the narrower way that led toward the outer door. Mary walked just ahead, certain of the path now, while Dickon followed close behind, guiding the chair with steady hands, and Colin sat upright with it, not leaning back, not shrinking, but holding himself as though the moment required it of him. No one spoke. There was no need. When they reached the door, Mary opened it without hesitation, and at once the air changed around them, widening, lifting, carrying it with it the faint scent of earth and leaves and something just beginning. They stepped outside. For a brief moment, the light seemed softer than expected, lying gently across the ground as the morning settled into itself, and the space beyond the walls opened wide and quiet around them. But Dickon didn't linger. "We've no time to stand," he said, low and steady, already moving as he took hold of the chair again. They crossed the grass quickly now, not along the open paths where they might have been seen, but keeping close to the hedge, where the branches cast shifting shadows that moved with them as they passed. The world felt larger here, less contained, and the sound of it, The distant birds, the faint stirring of the leaves, the open air itself seemed to press in from every side. Colin drew in a deep breath and held it, as though he meant to keep it with him. Mary didn't look back. She knew exactly where she was going, along the wall, just as they had planned. Dickon pushed with steady strength, not rough, but swift, the wheels moving easily now over the ground as the wall rose beside them. "There," Mary said, her voice low but sure. Ahead of them, half hidden with the stone, was the door. Small, unassuming, so easily missed that it might have been passed 100 times without notice. Colin leaned forward, his breath quickening now. "Is it?" "Yes," Mary said. She was already there. Her hand moved at once to the place where the key had been hidden, her fingers finding it without searching, as though it had always belonged to her. She fitted it into the lock. For a moment it held. Then, with a soft, certain turn, it gave. The door opened. Dickon did not hesitate. With one smooth, decisive motion, he pushed the chair forward through the narrow opening, the movement quick enough to carry them inside before there could be any pause, any looking back, any chance of being seen. And as they passed through, the door moved behind them and shut. Mary had the door open before the chair reached it. She slipped through first, turning as she did as to hold it just wide enough. Dickon followed immediately, guiding the wheels over the threshold in one smooth motion, the sound of it softened by the earth just beyond. There was no pause until they were fully inside. Only then did Mary let the door fall gently back into place. They stood where they were for a moment, listening. The garden didn't answer their arrival with any change. The branches moved as they had been moving, stirred by a light breeze that passed through without urgency. The wall held its warmth where the sun had already reached it. Roses opened along its length, some fully turned outward, others still loosening by degrees, so small they seemed to happen between glances. Mary stepped forward. Dickon followed, though his pace had already slowed, the quiet urgency of their entering giving way to something steadier as the path curved ahead of them. It revealed the garden gradually, the first stretch of the wall to the left, pale where the light lay across it, then a thickening of green at the base of the trees, and beyond that, a widening of space where the branches lifted, just enough to let the light settle more fully. Colin hadn't spoken. From the moment they crossed through, he had grown quiet in a way that did not draw inward, but seemed instead to open into what was before him. His gaze moved slowly, not searching, not measuring, resting briefly on one thing and then another, the edge of the path, the line of the wall, the shifting pattern of leaves above. A bird moved somewhere low in the branches. The sound reached him clearly. "I can hear it," he said. Mary turned her head slightly. "So can I." Dickon's hands remained steady on the chair as he brought them a little farther in. The wheels turned easily beneath him, following the path as it bent toward the clearing beneath the tree. The light reached them there in a broader stretch, laying itself across the grass and the worn line of the path, touching the side of the chair and the edges of Colin's sleeves. It didn't fall sharply. It rested where it found space. Colin's hand shifted against the armrest. His fingers pressed lightly, then remained where they were, as though the contact itself had drawn his attention. He leaned forward a little, not enough to change his place, but enough that his weight followed the movement. Mary had already lowered herself beneath the tree. She brushed her hand once across the grass before sitting fully, her palm resting there as though she felt the ground through it. She didn't look back immediately. Dickon brought the chair alongside the clearing and stopped without needing to be told. One hand remained loosely on the back of it, though he no longer guided it. A breeze moved through again. This time, it carried farther, passing from one branch to another in a line that could be followed if one watched long enough. Leaves lifted and turned, then settled again, the motion continuing beyond where it could be seen. Colin watched it. His gaze didn't return at once. The movement didn't gather itself back. It didn't repeat in place. It carried on, leaving one part of the garden and passing into another, and he remained with it as long as he could follow it. His feet pressed lightly against the footrest. He noticed it. The way it met him, the steadiness of it beneath him. He leaned forward again, just a little more. The chair didn't shift. The ground held. A shadow crossed the grass and moved on. Another followed it, slower, broken by the uneven line where the roots lifted beneath the surface. He drew in a breath, and it came without effort. And it didn't stop when he noticed it. It moved through him as the breeze had moved through the branches, continuing without needing to be held. Mary leaned back onto her hands, her face turned slightly upward toward the leaves overhead. And Dickon stood nearby, his gaze moving easily through the garden, resting nowhere for long. The space around them did not gather or narrow. It opened in a way a path opens when it bends, leading from one place into another without marking where one ended and the next began. Colin remained where he was, his attention no longer moving as quickly from one thing to the next. It settled, not on any single point, but on the way everything seemed to carry forward. The leaves shifted again. The light moved. Somewhere beyond the wall, too distant to see, a bird called once and then again, the sound traveling just far enough to reach them before fading into the air. Colin didn't turn back toward the door. He didn't ask how far they'd come. He just remained there, within the garden, his hand still resting against the arm of his chair, his weight leaning forward just enough to meet what was before him. And as he sat there, the movement of things, quiet, continuous, unbroken, did not pass around him. It held him within it. Dickon decided not to keep the chair in one place for long. After a short rest beneath the tree, he set the wheels moving again, guiding Colin slowly along the grass. Not far, just enough that each small stretch of the garden could be taken in before moving on. Mary walked beside them, then drifted ahead, then fell back again, as if she were following whatever caught her eye. "There's more out today," Dickon said quietly. "Thou can see it if thou looks close." He bent slightly and turned a low branch toward the light. Tiny buds lined it. Some were still closed, small and tight. Others had begun to open, showing pale hints of what would come. Colin leaned forward. "They weren't there before?" "They were," Dickon said, "only shut tight. Thou couldn't see inside them." He let the branch fall back and moved on. Mary had crouched a little ahead. When they reached her, she held something out in her hand. A feather. It lay across her palm, soft and curved, marked in gray and white. "It must have dropped this morning." Colin looked at it closely. "It's so small." Mary smiled a little. "It doesn't seem like enough, does it? They've more than one, and they know how to use 'em." Mary set the feather back in the grass. They moved on again. Dickon turned the chair slightly, letting Colin see more of the garden at once. The branches above shifted, opening bits of sky between them, Blossoms showed white against the darker wood, and now and then one loosened and drifted down. Dickon stopped. He stood still for a moment, looking upward. "Eh," he said softly. "It's greatly." Mary looked up too. "It is," she said, and her voice carried a quiet kind of joy. Colin looked from one to another, and then back at the garden. The light had shifted while they stood there. It lay across the blossoms now, catching their edges. The air held a low hum, steady and soft. He listened to it. Then he said slowly, "Do you think it was made like this for me?" Mary turned toward him at once. That art," she said gently. "That's what it feels like." Dickon added, "It does a bit," he said. "But it's been coming like this all along." Colin didn't answer right away. He just kept looking. Dickon moved the chair again, guiding it beneath the plum tree where the blossoms spread wide overhead. They formed a soft canopy, the light passing through in broken shapes across the grass. Mary sat down at once. Dickon lowered himself nearby. The chair came to rest between them. For a while, no one spoke. Then Dickon picked something up from the ground and held it out. "Look here." It was a small shell, pale and hollow. "Birds been out of that," he said. Colin took it carefully. It felt lighter than he had expected. He turned it in his hand, and Mary watched him quietly. "I wonder if we'll see the robin," Colin said. "They'll see him often enough," Dickon answered. "When the little ones come, he'll be busy all day." Colin smiled, and Mary let out a small laugh before covering her mouth, remembering. They stayed quiet after that. The garden moved around them, leaves shifting, light changing, the low hum continuing. Then Colin spoke again. "That tree," he said. Across the grass stood an older tree, darker than the others, its branches uneven. It looks different." Dickon followed his gaze. "Aye, it's an old one." Colin kept looking at it. "It looks like something happened to it." Mary was still watching too. Dickon rested his hand lightly against the chair. "It did," he said. "Long time ago." Colin didn't look away. The garden was no longer only something to look at. It held its own way of making sense. And he stayed with it. Dickon and Mary both saw the robin disappear into the thick green and out of sight. Colin leaned back against his cushions, a small laugh escaping him before he caught it. "He's taking her tea," he said. "Perhaps it's 5 o'clock. I think I'd like some tea myself." Mary and Dickon exchanged a quick glance. They were still safe. Mary leaned closer to Dickon, her voice low. "It was magic that sent the robin," she whispered. "I know it was." Dickon rubbed the back of his head, thinking. They had already spoken of the tree, quietly away from Colin. The broken branch, the story they wouldn't tell. It had troubled him, though he had tried to hide it. "We mun look as if there's no different from the others," he said before. "We can't be telling him how it broke. If he asks, we keep cheerful." Mary had agreed, but now she had looked again at the tree. Something in her didn't feel cheerful at all. Dickon had spoke again, slower this time, choosing his words with care. "Mrs. Craven was a fine young lady," he had said. "And maybe she's about Misselthwaite still, same as mothers are. They come back, the seas. Perhaps she's been in the garden. Perhaps she set us to work and told us to bring him here." Mary listened. She believed in magic. She believed in it fully. And as she watched Colin now, she felt it again, that something unseen had moved through that day and changed him. His face was no longer pale and tight. There was color there now, warmth that had not faded since he first came into the garden. He didn't look like the boy who had once shouted and struck at his pillows. He looked alive. The robin returned more than once, and each time it carried something in its beak, darting quickly through the air and vanishing again into hidden places. Colin watched it closely. "It really is like tea," he said at last. "We must have some." He turned to Mary. "Go and tell one of the servants to bring a basket to the rhododendron walk," he said. "You and Dickon can bring it here." It was done easily. Before long, a cloth had been spread on the grass beneath the tree, a basket was opened, and the quiet garden held the gentle sounds of cups and small movements as they settled around it. There was hot tea and buttered toast, crumpets. They ate with an appetite that surprised them all. Birds came near, drawn by the crumbs and curiosity. Some hopped close, watching with bright, quick eyes. Others carried pieces away with great determination. Soot took a piece nearly too large for him and dragged it off, stopping more than once to peck at it before finally managing to swallow it down. Colin laughed again, softer this time. The afternoon began to soften. The sunlight deepened, turning warmer, laying gold across the branches and the grass. The bees moved more slowly now. Birds passed less often overhead. They sat together in the quiet of it. The basket was closed again. Colin leaned back, his hair pushed away from his face, his cheeks no longer pale but touched with color. "I don't want this afternoon to go," he said. "But I shall come back tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that." "You'll get plenty of fresh air," Mary said. "I shall get everything," Colin answered. "I've seen the spring now. I shall see the summer. I shall see everything grow here." He paused, then added, "I shall grow here myself." Dickon looked at him steadily. "That thou will," he said. "We'll have thee walking about here before long." Colin flushed at once. "Walk," he said. "Dig? Shall I?" Dickon's tone remained firm and easy. "For sure thou will. Thou's got legs of thy own, same as other folk." Mary watched him closely. There was a moment, just a moment, where she felt a flicker of fear. Then Colin spoke again, quieter now. "There's nothing wrong with them," he said. "Only they're weak. They shake. I'm afraid to stand." Dickon nodded. "When thou stops being afraid, thou'll stand," he said, "and that won't be long." "I shall?" Colin asked. He lay back again, not restless now, but thoughtful. They sat together in the quiet that followed. The sun lowered. The garden grew still in a different way now, as though it were settling into itself after a long, full day. Even the animals seemed to rest. Soot perched on a low branch, one leg tucked up, his feathers drawn close, his eyes half closed. Mary watched him and thought he might fall asleep at any moment. Colin lay very still. Then suddenly, he lifted his head. "Who is that man?" His voice was still, low, but sharper now. Mary and Dickon were on their feet at once. "What?" Mary whispered. Colin pointed toward the wall. "There," he said. "Look." They followed his gaze. At the top of the high wall, just visible, someone was looking down into the garden. Mary and Dickon turned at once and looked up. There, above the wall, was Ben Weatherstaff. He stood on top of the ladder, his face red with anger, his eyes fixed on Mary. One hand gripped the ladder, while the other lifted sharply in the air as though the words had risen before he could stop them. "If I wasn't a bachelor and thou was a wench o' mine," he called down, "I'd give thee a hidin'." Mary stepped forward without waiting. "Ben Weatherstaff," she said, breathlessly but steady. "It was the robin who showed me the way." "The robin!" he cried. "The young baron laying it on a robin. Him showing thee the way." His voice carried across the garden, but even as he spoke, something in him shifted. The anger didn't leave, but it loosened enough for something else to take its place. He leaned forward. "How did that get in?" he demanded. "It was the robin," Mary said again. Ben's hand lowered. His gaze moved past her, across the grass, toward the chair. He leaned farther over the ladder, staring now, as though what he saw did not fit what he had expected to find. Colin had been still until then. Now he lifted his hand. "Wheel me over there," he said. "Close, right in front of him." Dickon pushed the chair forward at once, steady across the grass, until it stood just below the wall. Colin looked up. "Do you know who I am?" he said. Ben didn't answer. He stared, his face tightening as though he were trying to bring something into focus. "Do you know who I am?" Colin asked again. Ben raised his hand slowly and passed it over his face. "Aye," he said at last. "That I do. With the mother's eyes looking out of that face, Lord knows how they come here. But thou art the poor cripple." Colin sat up at once, the words striking him before he could stop them. "I'm not a cripple," he said. "He's not," Mary said quickly. "He's not got a lump as big as a pin. I looked, and there was none." Ben's hands trembled. "Thou hasn't got a crooked back?" he said. "No," Colin answered. "Thou hasn't got crooked legs?" "No." Ben shook his head slowly, still looking. "Aye, but they said it, and that's what they say nigh broke into two. They said thou couldn't stand." "Well, he can," Mary said. "He can," Dickon added, his voice steady. Ben looked from one to the other, unwilling to take it all in at once. "He cannot," he said. "Not with legs like that. Thou cannot tell me different." Colin's eyes flashed. "Come here," he said sharply to Dickon. Dickon was beside him at once. Colin pulled at the coverings over his legs, pushed them aside with a sudden impatient movement. "Help me." The rugs fell away. His legs were thin, but they were there. His feet reached the grass. Dickon held his arm, not lifting him, only steadying. Colin leaned forward. For a moment, everything held. Then he rose, not quickly, but without stopping. He stood upright on the grass. His weight settled, his shoulders lifted. "Look at me," he said. Dickon's face broke into a wide smile. "He's as straight as I am," he said, "as any lad in Yorkshire." Ben gripped the ladder hard, his whole body shaking now as though something had passed through him that he could not hold back. "Eh," he said, his voice breaking. "The lies folk tells, that art as straight as a rod, then as a lath, but straight, thou'll be a man yet. God bless thee." Colin stood a little taller, though Dickon's hand still rested near him. He looked straight at Ben. "I'm your master," he said, "when my father is away. This is my garden." The words didn't rush. They were where they were spoken. "You are not to say a word about it," he went on. "You are to come down from that ladder, go to the long walk, and Miss Mary will meet you and bring you here." He paused only briefly. "We did not want you," he said, "but now you must be in the secret." Ben drew in a breath. "Yes, sir," he said quietly. He didn't look away. Then, remembering himself, he touched his hat. "Yes, sir." He climbed down the ladder, slowly, one step at a time, and disappeared from the view beyond the wall. Ben didn't come back at once. For a little while, the garden held its quiet again, as though what had just happened had passed through it and settled without leaving anything disturbed behind. Mary stood watching the place where he had disappeared, her attention fixed there, while Dickon remained near the chair, one hand resting lightly against it. Colin had leaned back again. Though the color still held in his face, there was something steadier in the way he sat now. Nothing pressed in on them. The air moved softly through the branches, and the sound of it seemed clearer, as if the garden had drawn a slow breath and let it out again. After a time, there were footsteps beyond the wall. They came along the outer path, even and unhurried, drawing nearer without any attempt to hide themselves. Mary turned at once. "I'll go," she said quietly. She crossed the grass and slipped out through the hidden door, closing it carefully behind her. Deacon and Colin remained where they were. Neither of them spoke. The garden didn't require it. It held steady, just as it had before. Colin rested his hand against the arm of the chair again. He didn't lean forward now. He remained where he was, as though that was enough. A moment later, the door opened. Mary came through first, and Ben Weatherstaff followed behind her. He paused just inside. His cap was in his hands, and his gaze moved slowly across the garden. Not quickly, not searching, but taking it in piece by piece, as though he were returning to something he had once known and not expected to see again. His eyes passed over the branches, the grass, the tree. Then they came to Colin. Something in his face had changed. "Well," he said at last, more quietly than before. "So, it's here, sure enough." Dickon gave a small nod. "Aye," he said, "it's here." Ben stepped farther in, his feet careful at first, though the hesitation left him after a moment. He came closer across the grass until he stood a short distance from the chair. He didn't look away from Colin. "Tha stood," he said, as if the words still needed saying. Colin met his gaze. "Yes." Ben drew in a breath and let it out slowly, his grip tightening once on the cap before he held it, easy again. "Aye," he said, "I saw." He didn't try to say more. Mary had come to stand near the tree again, her attention moving between them, while Dickon lowered himself to the grass, as he had done before, though he remained quietly watchful. Ben turned his head slightly and looked around again, this time more carefully. "It's been a long time," he said. "You knew it before," Mary answered. "Aye, before it was shut." He moved a little further, reaching out once to touch the bark of a nearby tree. His fingers rested there for a moment before falling away. "It's come back," he said. Dickon's gaze lifted up toward the branches overhead. "It never quite went. Just needed looking after." Ben made a quiet sound in his throat, something like an agreement. Colin hadn't moved much, but there was a steadiness in him now that didn't seem to require effort. He sat upright, his shoulders no longer held in the same guarded way. "This is my garden," he said. Ben turned toward him at once. "Aye, that it is. And we're going to make it grow." Ben nodded. "We will." Mary stepped a little closer. "And you can help us," she said. Ben looked at her, then back at Colin. "Aye," he said again. "I'll help." The breeze moved through the branches once more, and a single blossom loosened and drifted down, settling lightly in the grass between them. No one reached for it. They remained where they were, letting the quiet settle again, the garden holding them all now, not hidden in quite the same way, but not opened beyond itself either, and nothing in it felt disturbed. When the first stir of movement had settled again, Colin remained where he stood. His hand rested lightly against the bark of the tree behind him. He didn't lean into it, but he did not let go either. And though the touch itself gave him something steady without asking anything in return. Ben Weatherstaff had come a little farther into the garden and now stood off to one side, his cap still in his hands. He didn't speak. His eyes moved from Colin to the ground and back again, as though he were still fitting what he had seen into place and wished not to disturb it by saying too much. Dickon stayed near, close enough that he could reach him if needed, though he didn't touch him. The space between them held easily. Mary stood a short distance away, watching. No one hurried him. Colin drew in a breath and let it out again. And as he did so, His shoulders settled a little more naturally into their place. "I can stand," he said. The words came quietly, but they didn't waver. "Aye," Dickon answered, just as quietly. "The can." Colin's gaze lowered for a moment, not only to his feet, but to the ground beneath them, the grass, the slight unevenness where the roots pressed upward, and the way it held without shifting away. He shifted his weight, and though the movement was small, it didn't break anything. His hand pressed a little more firmly against the tree, then eased again. "I thought I couldn't," he said. Dickon didn't answer at once. He watched him instead, as though there was something more to be seen in what followed. After a moment, Colin turned his head slightly. "Are you making magic?" he asked. Dickon gave a small shake of his head, though the smile remained in it. "Tha's doing magic thyself," he said. "Same as makes things grow." He nudged the ground lightly with the edge of his boot, where a few small green shoots had pushed their way up through the soil. Colin followed the movement. They were small, nothing in them showing strength, and yet they had come through it all the same. "Aye," he said slowly. "There couldn't be bigger magic than that." He lifted his head again, and something in him had settled into place without needing to be forced. "I'm going to walk," he said, not loudly, not asking, but as though the thought had already become action. "To that tree." Dickon moved a step nearer. "I'll be here," he said. Colin let his hand fall away from the bark behind him. For a moment, he stood without it, and nothing in him gave way. Then he took a step. It was not large, and it wasn't hurried. His foot came down carefully into the grass, and he felt it there before moving again. He paused, not from fear, but from attention. And then another step followed, and then another, each one finding its place without needing to be forced into it. Dickon's hand remained near, ready, but it did not close around him. Mary hadn't moved, but her hands had come together lightly, and her voice, when it came, was low enough that it didn't break the quiet. "You can do it," she said. "You can." The words didn't hurry him. They stayed with him. "You can do it. I told you you could." Colin didn't look toward her. His gaze remained ahead, fixed on the tree he had chosen, and as he moved, his breathing shifted, but it didn't falter. It rose and fell in its own time, steady enough that he didn't need to think about it. The tree drew nearer. He reached it, and when he did, he placed his hand against the trunk once more. Not leaning, only touching, as though he understood now how much was needed and how much was not. He stood there. The garden didn't close around him. It opened, the branches moving above, the light shifting through them in slow patterns that did not settle in one pace for long. A breeze passed, carrying with it the quiet sounds of leaves and something farther off that could not quite be seen. Colin lifted his head slightly. He didn't move back. He didn't reach for the chair. He remained where he was, and Weatherstaff had not taken his eyes off of him. There was no doubt in his face now, only a quiet watching, as though he meant to remember it as it was. Dickon lowered his hand at last. Mary's voice softened. "You can do it," she said again. Colin stood and did not sit down. Colin stood where he was, the tree at his back and the garden open before him, and after a moment he lifted his head and spoke with a sudden clear sharpness. "Look at me," he said. "Look at me all over. Am I a hunchback? Have I got crooked legs?" Ben Weatherstaff had not quite lost the feeling of what he had just seen, but he had come back into himself enough to answer as he always did, plainly, without softening. "Nata," he said. "Not o' the sort." Colin's eyes held him. What's they been doing with herself? Ben went on. Hiding out of sight and letting folk think that was a cripple and half-witted? Half-witted, Colin said, the words striking him more sharply than the rest. Who thought that? Lots of fools, Ben answered. The world's full of 'em. They never say naught but lies. What do they shut themselves up for? Colin drew himself up a little straighter. Everyone thought I was going to die, he said. I'm not. He said it simply, but the certainty in it held. Ben looked him over again, slowly this time, from head to foot and back again, as though he meant to take account of what stood before him and remember it rightly. The die, he said at last with a dry sort of certainty. Not o' the sort. There's too much life in thee. When I see thee put them legs down in such a hurry, I knowed that was right. He shifted his weight slightly, still watching him. Sit thee down a bit, young master, he said, and give me thy orders. There was something in his manner now that was different, not less blunt, but steadier, as though the roughness had settled into something that understood more than it said. Mary had drawn a little nearer, and though she had spoken quickly to him before, telling all she could as they had come along the path, she said nothing now. She watched instead, her eyes moving between them, holding the moment as it unfolded. Colin didn't sit. He remained where he was, upright, his hand resting lightly against the tree. I'm not going to die, he said again, more quietly this time, but no less certain. And I'm not going to lie in a bed any longer. Ben's face shifted, not in surprise, but in something like agreement. Aye, he said, thou won't. For a moment no one spoke. The garden lay around them, still and listening, as though it held the words where they had been said. Then Colin's gaze moved not to Ben, but to the space beyond him, to the trees, the paths, the place itself. This was my mother's garden, he said. Ben lifted his head. Aye, it was that. Colin looked at him again. She liked it, he said. She were main fond of it, Ben replied, and there was something quieter in his voice now, something that didn't push forward but remained. Colin drew in a breath. It's my garden now. I'm fond of it. I shall come here every day. The words didn't rush. They settled where they were spoken. But it is to be a secret, he went on. No one is to know that we come here. Dickon and my cousin have made it live again. I shall send for you sometimes to help, but you must come when no one can see you. Ben's mouth twisted into a smile, a dry, small smile. I've come here before when no one saw me, he said. Colin's head lifted quickly. What? When? Ben rubbed his chin slowly, his eyes turning back toward the garden, as though he were looking not only at what was there now, but at something that had been there long before. The last time I was here. And he looked off into the distance. Colin waited. He stood where he was, his gaze still resting on Ben Weatherstaff, as though the last words had not quite settled yet. The last time I was here, Ben had said. The garden seemed to hold that, not as a question, but as something that had been waiting. Colin turned his head slowly and looked at him, at the paths, the trees, the walls that had kept it hidden, and the growing things that had come quietly back to life. And you came over the wall, he said. Aye, I'm no one, I told thee. I'm come where I've got a mind. Colin considered that. No one has been here for 10 years. Ben gave a short, dry sound. I have, when I could. The rheumatics kept me off for the past 2 years, else I'd have been here still. Dickon shifted slightly, his eyes moving across the garden with a kind of recognition. That did a bit of work, he said. I wondered. Ben nodded once. She were fond of it, and his voice changed, not softened, but steadied in a different way. "She says to me once, 'Ben, if ever I'm ill or if I go away, you must take care of my roses.'" Colin listened. He didn't interrupt. "When she did go," Ben went on, "they shut it up. Orders was no one was to come near. But I come, over the wall, once a year maybe. Did what I could." He looked around him again, not with surprise, but with something closer to recognition. "It's grown better than I left it," he added. There was pause after that, not empty, but full. Colin drew in a breath. "I'm glad you came." Ben gave a nod. "Aye," he answered. Colin's gaze dropped then, downward, toward the ground near his feet. Mary's trowel lay there, half hidden in the grass where it had fallen earlier. He bent and picked it up. The movement was slower now, not from weakness, but from thought. He turned the tool once in his hand, as though he was testing its weight. Then he pressed it into the earth. The soil gave way. Not easily at first, but enough. Mary leaned forward without realizing she had done so. Colin drew the trowel back and turned a small piece of earth over. The dark soil beneath showed itself. He looked at it, then did it again. This time, the movement was steadier. "I said I would walk. And I have." Dickon watched him, saying nothing. "And you said I should work," Colin went on. He pressed the trowel in again. The earth lifted more easily now. "I thought you were only saying it to please me." He paused. Then he continued more firmly. "But I am working." There was no strain in the words, only recognition. Ben watched him closely now, not the tool, but the boy. "Aye, the art." Colin worked a little longer. The hole wasn't deep, not yet, but it was real. He straightened slightly, looking at what he had done, then turned his head. "Bring me a rose." Ben didn't question it. He turned at once and went, his steps quicker than before, as though something had taken hold of him again. Colin continued digging while he was gone. Each movement came a little more easily. Each turn of the soil seemed to answer something within him, not loudly, not with excitement, but with a growing steadiness. Mary sank down on her knees nearby, her hands clasped together. "You can do it," she whispered, almost without sound. Dickon stood near, ready if needed, but not interfering. When Ben returned, he carried a small rose in a clay pot, the leaves bright and alive. He knelt down beside the place Colin had made. "Here," he said, "set it in." Colin reached for it. His hands trembled, not from weakness now, but from something deeper, something like the awareness of what he was doing. He placed the rose carefully into the hollow. Dickon widened the space with a spade, then broke the mold and steadied the roots. Mary brought water. The soil was pressed in. Firm, close, right. Colin sat back slightly, breathing more quickly now. "It's planted." Above them, the light had begun to shift. The sun, which had held an afternoon in place, was moving lower now, drawing the day gently with it. Colin looked toward it. "I want to stand." Dickon moved at once, steadying him as he rose. This time, the movement held more easily. Colin stood upright. The tree behind him was there, but he did not lean into it fully. He stood. The garden grew quieter as the sun lowered. The air cooled just enough to be felt. The small rose rested in the earth, newly placed, its leaves still. No one spoke. They didn't need to. The sun slipped lower, touching the edge of the horizon. Colin remained on his feet, and when the last of the light faded, he was still standing. For a little while, after the sun had gone, no one moved, and the place where the light had been seemed to linger, settling into a quieter presence across the garden. Colin stood where he was, holding himself upright with a steadiness that had come to him, gradually, as though it had been waiting and had now found its place. Dickon remained near, his hand closed without touching, and Mary had drawn a little nearer, her gaze resting on Colin, and then drifting to the small rose newly set in the earth. The garden had shifted into evening. The air felt softer, and the sounds that moved through it, the faint stirring of leaves, the distant call of a bird settling, followed a slower rhythm that seemed to gather around them. Colin drew in a breath and let it out again. "I stood," he said. "Aye," Dickon answered quickly. "You did," Mary said. Colin lowered his gaze to the rose. The soil around it lay dark and still, and the leaves held their place in the quiet air. "I planted it." "Aye, that did." They remained there for a moment longer, and then Colin moved. He took a small step forward, careful and deliberate, and after that one step, he lowered himself slowly onto the rug. When he was seated, he released a breath that had stayed with him throughout the afternoon. Mary sat beside him. Dickon settled nearby, easy and at rest, while Ben remained standing a moment longer, his eyes moving between Colin and the rose, as though he meant to remember both. Then he sat as well. The last of the light had faded, leaving a soft, even dimness. The shapes of the trees softened, and the walls of the garden seemed to gather the quiet more closely around them. No one spoke. Colin leaned back slightly, his hands resting loosely at his sides. The strength that had carried him through the afternoon remained with him, settled now into something calm and steady. "I'm not going to lie in bed tomorrow," he said. "No," Mary answered. "You are not." "Thou will come here," Dickon said. Colin nodded. "Yes." He looked again toward the rose. "And I shall work." "Aye," Ben said. "Thou will." A light breeze moved through the garden, touching the leaves and passing on. Mary drew her hands into her sleeves, and Dickon shifted slightly where he sat. Colin closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again. The garden was darker now, but it felt familiar and held. "I shall come every day." The quiet seemed to take the words and keep them. After a time, Dickon rose. "It's time we were going." Mary stood and Ben followed more slowly. Colin remained seated for a moment, but then pushed himself up with care. This time, the movement came more easily. Dickon stepped close, though Colin didn't need the lean. He stood. The garden lay around them, held in a quiet that felt complete. They moved toward the door together, unhurried, and behind them the small rose remained, where it had been set, the earth still new around it, and the garden, which had waited so long, rested, alive, and no longer alone. Dr. Craven had been waiting for some time at the house when they returned to it, and though he had not sent for them, there had been a quiet uneasiness in him, which made his step quicker when he heard voices in the hall. The day had been longer than he thought wise for such an experiment, and as Colin was brought back to his room, he looked at the boy with a care that was not unkind, though it was firm. "You should not have stayed so long," he said. "You must not overexert yourself." Colin, who had been carried in with less ceremony than usual, had insisted on sitting upright rather than being laid at once upon the bed, turned his face toward him, without the faintest sign of weariness. There was color in his cheeks still, and his eyes held a brightness which had not been there before. "I am not tired at all," he answered. "It has made me well. Tomorrow I'm going out in the morning as well as in the afternoon." Dr. Craven hesitated. He was a man accustomed to giving orders that were obeyed, and though he had never governed Colin with harshness, he had governed him entirely. Something in the boy's manner gave him pause.
"I'm not sure I can allow it," he said after a moment. "I'm afraid it would not be wise."
Colin didn't raise his voice, nor did he show impatience in the way he had once done. But there was a steadiness in him which made the words fall with the weight of their own. "It would not be wise to try and stop me," he said. "I'm going." The room grew still after that. Dr. Craven looked at him as if he would have spoken again, but didn't. There was something unfamiliar in the boy before him, something that was neither weakness nor petulance, but a quiet resolve that did not seek permission. At length he gave a slight uncertain nod, as if acknowledging something he could not quite measure, and after a few further instructions, he took his leave. When the door had closed behind him, the air of the room seemed to change, though nothing visible had altered. Mary had been standing not far from the bed, watching without appearing to do so, and now she drew a chair nearer and sat down. She didn't speak at once. Instead, she looked at Colin with a steady, thoughtful gaze, as though she were considering something she had only just begun to understand. She had discovered, not long since, that there were things about him which had never been questioned, simply because no one had thought to question them. He had lived so long as though alone in a world arranged for him that he had never learned that other ways existed. She herself had not been so very different, though she had come to see it sooner. Since she had been at Misselthwaite, she had begun, little by little, to notice her own ways and to measure them against the ways of others. It had not made her softer, exactly, but it had made her more aware. And now, looking at Colin, she found herself wondering about him in the same manner. He became conscious, after a few moments, that she was observing him. "What are you looking at me for?" he asked. "I'm thinking that I'm rather sorry for Dr. Craven," she said. "So am I," Colin answered calmly, though there was something in his tone which held a faint note of satisfaction. "He won't get Misselthwaite at all now. I'm not going to die." Mary considered this, but shook her head slightly. "I'm sorry for him because of that, of course," she said. "But I was thinking just then that it must have been very horrid to have had to be polite for 10 years to a boy who was always rude. I would have never done it." Colin looked at her without a sign of offense. He seemed rather to be weighing her words than resisting them. "Am I rude?" he inquired. "If you had been his own boy, and he had been a slapping sort of man," Mary said, with her usual plainness, "he would have slapped you." "But he daren't," Colin replied. "No, he daren't," said Mary, thinking the matter through with complete seriousness. "Nobody ever dared to do anything you didn't like, because you were going to die, and things like that. You were such a poor thing." Colin's brows drew together slightly, not in anger, but in a kind of gathering thought. "But," he said after a moment, with quiet determination, "I am not going to be a poor thing. I won't let people think I'm one. I stood on my feet this afternoon." Mary nodded, as if this confirmed something she had already begun to believe. "It is always having your own way that has made you so queer," she said, speaking almost as if she were explaining it to herself. Colin turned his head quickly. "Am I queer?" he demanded. "Yes," she answered. "Very. But you needn't be cross," she added, with impartial air, "because so am I queer, and so has Ben Weatherstaff. But I am not as queer as I was before I began to like people, and before I found the garden." Colin was silent for a while. The word did not seem to trouble him much as the idea behind it. He lay still, his face thoughtful, and then, quite gradually, something in his expression altered. A small smile began at the corner of his mouth and grew until it changed into his whole countenance. "I shall stop being queer," he said at last, "if I go every day to the garden." Mary looked at him with a quiet certainty. "So shall I," she said. "There is magic in there," Colin went on, more softly now, as though he were speaking of something he did not wish to disturb. Good magic. I'm sure there is.
So am I, said Mary. He turned his head a little on the pillow, still smiling, though his eyes were very thoughtful. Even if it isn't real magic, he said, we can pretend it is. Something is there. Something. Mary didn't answer at once, but after a moment she spoke in a tone as simple as if she were stating a fact that she had come to understand without question. It's magic, she said, but not black. It's as white as snow. And in the quiet of the room, the words seemed to rest between them, not as something fanciful, but as something they had both begun, in their own ways, to believe. The days that followed seemed at first to gather themselves quietly, as though nothing remarkable were taking place. And yet there was a sense, subtle but persistent, that something had begun which would not easily be undone. The garden, which had once been still and enclosed, no more than a hidden place beyond a locked door, did not remain as it had been. It altered, and it altered steadily. Green things pushed upward through the earth with a kind of quiet insistence. They came in the grass and in the beds, and even in the narrow crevices between the old stones of the walls. At first, the changes were small, so small that one might have missed them if one had not been looking. But the children looked, and they learned to look. The first tender shoots deepened in color, and then, almost before it seemed possible, buds appeared, small, tightly held, as though they kept some secret of their own. Day by day they swelled, and then, with a patience that did not hurry itself, they began to open. Color followed. It didn't come all at once, but in a gradual unfolding. Here a soft blue, there a deeper purple, and then a sudden brightness of crimson that seemed to catch and hold the light. The garden, which had once been a place of waiting, became a place of answering. It filled itself. Flowers found their way into every space. They settled into corners, climbed into hollows, leaned against stone, and stretched upward as though they had been long preparing for this moment. Iris rose in pale sheaves, and white lilies lifted themselves from the grass. And in the green alcoves, there grew tall, clustered spires of delphinium and columbine standing close together like quiet companies of watchers. Ben Weatherstaff had seen much of it before, and yet even he did not move among it with a certain attention. He had helped, in his way, long ago, setting earth between the bricks, making places where things might take root and cling. Now, as he stood sometimes with the children, he would speak of it, not as one who instructed, but as one who remembered. "She was main fond of 'em," he said once, glancing toward a line of blue flowers that lifted themselves lightly against the sky. "She was. She liked them things and was always pointing up to the blue sky. Said it made her feel as if they was glad." Mary listened without speaking. There was something in the way he said it that didn't ask for a reply. It seemed enough that the words were spoken, and they were heard. The seeds she and Dickon had planted did not lag behind. They grew with a steadiness that felt almost purposeful, as though they had taken their place among the older things without question. Poppies appeared, soft and bright, moving lightly in the breeze, their petals catching the air and shifting it. They didn't seem shy among the others, though they were new. They stood where they had been set, as though they belonged. And the roses, those which had been hidden in tangle and shadow, spread themselves in every direction. They climbed along the walls and reached across the branches of the trees, weaving themselves into garlands that draped and fell and lifted again. Buds formed and opened, one after another, until it seemed that the air itself was altered by their presence. There were hours when the garden felt almost full of breath. Colin saw it. He did not merely pass through it, nor did he sit apart from it as something to be observed from a distance. Each morning he was brought out, and each day he remained as long as the weather allowed. Even when the sky was gray and the light subdued, it didn't lessen his interest. If anything, it deepened it. He lay often upon the grass, his head tilted slightly, watching. He watched not only the flowers, but the small, constant movements that filled the spaces between them. If one remained still long enough, he had discovered, things revealed themselves. Tiny creatures moved with purpose along unseen paths. Ants carried fragments larger than themselves, navigating the uneven ground with a certainty that didn't falter. Beetles passed from shadow into light and back again, attent upon their errands. Bees drifted from bloom to bloom, pausing only as long as was necessary before moving on. Once, for the better part of the morning, he had watched a mole at work. It had broken through the earth with patient determination, its small body emerging with effort, its claws pressing and pushing as it found its way upward. There had been nothing hurried in it, and nothing wasted. It simply continued, as though it had always known what must be done. Dickens spoke of such things easily, adding to what Colin saw with what he himself knew. He named creatures and habits and places, not as one reciting knowledge, but as one who had lived among them. And there seemed to be no end to it. One thing led to another, and another still, until the garden was no longer a single space, but a gathering of many lives, all moving together. It was not the only garden that occupied Colin's thoughts. The fact that he stood upon his feet, that he felt the ground beneath him and remained there, returned to him again and again. He spoke of it often, not with excitement that burst outward, but with a steady conviction that seemed to grow stronger each time it was spoken. "There must be a great deal of magic in the world," he said one morning, when the air was still and the light lay softly over the grass. "But people don't know what it is like, or how to make it." He paused, considering this as though it were something to be worked out rather than merely admired. "Perhaps," he went on, "the beginning is just to say that nice things are going to happen, and then to make them happen." He didn't look at Mary as he spoke, nor did he wait for her answer. It wasn't said for agreement, but because it seemed to him to be true. "I'm going to try," he added. "I'm going to make an experiment." The next morning, when they entered the garden again, there was a different kind of purpose in him. He stood upon his feet beneath one of the trees, not leaning, not wavering, but upright and still, as though he wished to feel the steadiness of it. He sent at once for Ben Weatherstaff. Ben came as quickly as he could, and when he reached the garden, he stopped for a moment, looking at the boy before him. There was something in the sight that held him, a quiet kind of pride, perhaps, though he couldn't name it. "Good morning, Ben Weatherstaff," Colin said. "I want you and Dickon and Miss Mary to stand in a row and listen to me, because I'm going to tell you something very important." "Aye, aye, sir," Ben answered, touching his forehead with a rough sort of formality, which did not lack respect. "I am going to try a scientific experiment," Colin continued. "When I grow up, I'm going to make great scientific discoveries. I'm going to begin now with this experiment." "Aye, aye, sir," said Ben again, as promptly as before, though his eyes held a look of interest he did not trouble to hide. Mary, who had not heard of such discoveries until now, watched Colin closely. There was something in him that made belief come more easily than doubt. When he lifted his head and fixed his eyes upon you, it was difficult not to feel what he said might indeed come to pass. For a moment, after Colin had finished speaking, no one moved. The garden seemed to hold the words as though they had settled into it, not vanishing as ordinary speech did, but remaining in some quieter way, as if they had taken root. Colin himself stood very still beneath the tree. The effort of standing had not passed unnoticed by him, but neither had it troubled him. There was something in the steadiness of the ground beneath his feet which seemed to reassure him more deeply than any words could have done. He drew a slow breath, not from weariness, but from a kind of satisfaction, as though he were learning something new, simply by remaining where he was. Dickon hadn't spoken while Colin talked. He stood with his animals about him, Nut and Shell perched easily, the white rabbit resting against his arm, its ears lying soft along its back. He listened in his quiet way, not questioning, not interrupting, but taking in each word as though it were no stranger than anything else he had heard in the open air. When Colin ceased, Dickon's eyes were bright, though his expression remained calm. "Tha's right," he said at last, in a tone that carried no doubt. "There's summat in it." It wasn't said as agreement alone, but as recognition. Mary glanced at him, and then back at Colin. She had felt something of the same thing, though she would not have spoken it so simply. There had been moments in the garden when she had known, without trying to explain it, that something was at work, something that didn't belong to the seeds in the soil. And now, hearing Colin speak of it, she found the thought did not seem so strange to her. Colin looked from one to the other of them, as if measuring the effect of what he had said. He did not smile in triumph, nor did he look for praise. Instead, he nodded once, as though confirming something within himself. "Then we shall begin," he said. He took a few steps forward, not many, but enough to carry him out of the shadow in the tree and into a softer light beyond it. Each step was careful, but not uncertain. He moved as though he was learning the shape of his own strength, discovering where it lay and how it might be used. Ben Weatherstaff watched him closely. The old gardener had seen many things in his life, but this held him in a way he didn't quite understand. There was a pride in it, certainly, but there was also a kind of wonder, which he didn't trouble to hide. "He's doing it," he muttered under his breath, not intending to be heard, though Dickon caught the words and gave the smallest nod. Colin stepped a few paces and turned back towards them. "We must stay together," he said. "That is part of it." He paused as if choosing his words carefully, though it had already taken shape in his mind. "Magic is in me," he said slowly. "Magic is making me well." He looked at Mary. "You must say it." Mary didn't hesitate. She had never been one to shrink from one thing once she understood it, and though she could not have explained why, she felt no foolishness in saying it. "Magic is in me," she repeated. "Magic is making me well." Dickon followed, his voice quiet and even. "Magic is in me. Magic is making me well." Ben Weatherstaff shifted his weight, as though uncertain for the briefest moment, but then he straightened himself. "Magic is in me," he said, somewhat gruffly, though not without care. "Magic is making me well." The words did not ring out loudly. They did not echo or startle the air. They were spoken simply, and yet, when they had been said, there was a stillness afterwards which felt fuller than before. Colin stood listening to it, as though he expected something to happen at once, but nothing did. Not in any visible way. The garden remained as it was. The breeze moved lightly through the leaves, and somewhere a bird called and was answered. And yet, something had been altered. Colin drew another breath and lifted his head a little higher. "It must be done every day," he said, "and many times in the day. We must remember it." "Yes," said Mary. "Yes," said Dickon. "Aye," said Ben Weatherstaff. Colin took another step, and then another. This time he didn't stop so quickly. He moved across the grass slowly, but with a steadiness that grew as he went. He did not look down at his feet, but ahead, as though he trusted them to follow. Mary walked a little behind him, not near enough to steady him, but near enough to see if he should falter. Dickon moved at the other side, his quiet presence as natural as the growing things around them. They did not speak again at once. It didn't seem necessary. The garden itself appeared to go on with its work, indifferent and yet companionable. Leaves stirred, shadows shifted. and the flowers lifted their faces to the light. A bee moved from one bloom to the other, pausing only long enough to gather what it needed before continuing on. Colin walked as far as the sundial before he stopped. He stood there, looking at it, though it was not the stone itself that held his attention, but the space around it, the way the roses had begun to wind themselves around it, the way the grass had grown thick at its base. "It is alive," he said quietly. Mary came to stand beside him. "Yes," she answered. He was silent for a moment, and then he spoke again, more softly. "It is doing something all the time." Dickon nodded. "It always is," he said. Colin looked down at his hands, as though considering them, and then back again at the garden. "Then I shall do something too," he said. There was no strain in the words, and no urgency. They were spoken as simply as the others had been, but they carried with them the same quiet certainty. He remained standing a little longer, and then, without reluctance, he lowered himself carefully to the grass. He didn't sink down as he once might have done, with a kind of collapse, but sat with intention, arranging himself as though he had chosen to do so. Mary sat near him, and Dickon settled himself on the other side, the animals quiet and content. For a time, they watched together. Nothing in the garden hurried, and nothing seemed to wait. It went on, growing and unfolding, whether it was observed or not. But because they were there, because they had begun to look, it seemed to offer itself more readily, as though it didn't mind being seen. And in that stillness, without any clear dividing line, the moment passed into something deeper. Not a pause, but a continuation, steady and unbroken. "Do you think the experiment will work?" Colin asked, turning his head toward Dickon with a look that was both earnest and searching. There were times when he studied Dickon closely, as though he believed there might be something to discover in him, not something hidden, not exactly, but something understood without being spoken. Dickon's smile widened a little, as it often did when he was pleased, and there was a quiet certainty in his answer. "Aye," he said, "that I do. It'll work same as the seeds do when the sun shines on them. It'll work for sure. Shall us begin it now?" Colin's face brightened at once, and Mary felt the same quickening of interest. There was something in the suggestion which made it seem as though they were about to do something both simple and important, though it had been difficult to say exactly what. "We will sit down," Colin said. "It will be like sitting in a sort of temple." He moved carefully toward the tree, and when he reached it, he lowered himself to the ground with more ease than he had shown before. He did not seem troubled by the effort, though he drew a breath afterward and added, almost without thinking, "I am rather tired." "Eh," Dickon said at once, with a gentle firmness that was not unkind. "Thou mustn't begin by saying thou'rt tired. That might spoil the magic." Colin looked at him surprised, and then his expression changed. He seemed to consider the words not as a rebuke, but as something to be understood. "Oh, that's true," he said slowly. "I must only think of the magic." They settled themselves in a small circle beneath the tree. The branches spread above them, forming a canopy through which the light fell in soft patches, shifting gently as the leaves moved. It gave the place a quiet enclosure, not shut away, but held. Ben Weatherstaff stood for a moment, as though uncertain how he ought to take his place in such a gathering. But then he lowered himself, somewhat stiffly, as he sat as the others did. There was a look about him which might have been amusement, or curiosity, or perhaps both, but he didn't speak of it. Mary folded her hands loosely in her lap, and felt a strange stillness come over her. Not an emptiness, but a kind of attention, as though she were listening for something that had not yet begun. Dickon sat easily, as he always did, the white rabbit resting against his arm, the small creatures about him settling one by one. The crow came first, alighting nearby without disturbance, then the fox. moving with quiet steps, lay down at a little distance, its eyes half closed. The squirrels followed, pausing only briefly before drawing nearer, and the lamb came last, slow and gentle, and rested close beside Deacon. It didn't seem strange to any of them that the animals should come. It felt rather as though they had always been part of it. "The creatures have come," Colin said, his voice low, but filled with a certain gravity. "They want to help us." Mary glanced at him. There was something different in his manner now. Not the impatience she had once known, nor even the determined tone he had used before, but something quieter and more composed, as though he had taken upon himself a role he intended to carry out with care. The light fell across his face, and it gave him, for a moment, a look which made Mary think of something she could not quite name. Not older, exactly, but settled. "Now we will begin," he said. "We will not sway. We will only chant." "Oh, I cannot do no chantin'," Ben Weatherstaff said, with a touch of uneasiness. "They turned me out of the church choir the only time I ever tried it." No one laughed. The moment did not allow it. There was no sharpness in the air, no lightness that would break it. They were all, in different ways, attentive to what was about to happen. "Then I will chant," Colin said. He sat very straight, his hands resting upon his knees, his eyes lifted slightly. For a brief moment he didn't speak, as though he were gathering the words together within himself. Then slowly he began. "The sun is shining. The sun is shining. That is the magic. The flowers are growing. The roots are stirring. That is the magic." His voice was not loud, but it was steady. It moved in a quiet rhythm, not hurried, not uneven, as though it followed something already in motion. "Being alive is the magic. Being strong is the magic. The magic is in me. The magic is in me." He repeated it, not in haste, but with a certain calm persistence. "It is in me. It is in me. It is in every one of us." The words seemed to settle into the space around them, just as they had before, but now they didn't remain still. They seemed to move with the air, with the soft stirring of the leaves, with the low hum of bees among the blossoms. "Magic," he said quietly. "Magic. Come and help." He said it again and again, not counting the repetitions, not measuring them, but continuing as long as it felt necessary. The others didn't interrupt him. They didn't speak. They listened. Mary felt something within her grow quiet and yet more awake at the same time. The words didn't seem strange to her now. They seemed to belong to the garden, to the morning, to the stillness that held them. Ben Weatherstaff, who had begun by sitting rather stiffly, found his shoulders easing. He didn't notice when it happened. The sound of Colin's voice, steady and unbroken, mingled with the other softer sounds about them. The distant call of a bird, the faint rustle of leaves, the slow, constant hum of bees. Deacon sat with his head slightly bent, his hand resting lightly upon the lamb's back, the rabbit still and content in the curve of his arm. His eyes had softened, and there was something in his stillness that seemed to answer the quiet around them. Time passed, though it wasn't marked. At length, Colin's voice slowed, then ceased. He remained sitting for a moment, as though listening for something more, and then he opened his eyes fully and looked about him. "Now I'm going to walk around the garden." Ben Weatherstaff started slightly, his head lifting with a small jerk. "You have been asleep," Colin said. "Not o' the sort," Ben replied, though his voice was thick with drowsiness. "The sermon was good enow, but I'm bound to get out before the collection." "You're not in church," Colin said. "Not me," Ben answered, straightening himself. "Who said I were? I heard every bit of it. You said the magic was in my back. The doctor calls it rheumatics." Colin looked at him, and for a moment There was the faintest suggestion of a smile, not of amusement, but of recognition. Then he rose again, steadying himself, and turned toward the path, as though what he had said before he meant now to prove. Colin lifted his hand with a small gesture, as though dismissing something not worth keeping. "That was the wrong magic," he said. "You will get better. You have my permission to go to your work, but come back tomorrow." Ben Weatherstaff gave a short grunt, which was not unfriendly, though it was a grunt nonetheless. "I'd like to see thee walk around the garden," he said. He did not say more, but he had already made up his mind that if he were sent away, he would not go far. There were ways of seeing without being seen, and he would have found one of them. He didn't trust wholly in magic. Not yet, but he trusted his own eyes, and he meant to keep them on the boy. Colin didn't object to his staying, and so they set out together. It had the look of a procession, though none of them had planned it so. Colin walked at the front, with Dickon beside him on one side and Mary on the other. Ben Weatherstaff followed just behind, his step uneven but determined, and the animals came after them. The lamb close to Dickon, the fox moving lightly, the white rabbit stopping now and then as though to consider a tuft of grass, and Soot following with grave importance, as if he understood himself to be part of the affair. They moved slowly, but there was no haste in it. Every few yards they paused, not from reluctance, but because the effort required it. Colin leaned on Dickon's arm when he must, but there were moments, small but unmistakable, when he let go and took a few steps alone. Each time he did so, his head lifted a little higher. "The magic is in me," he said under his breath, and then more clearly, "The magic is making me strong. I can feel it." He said it again, as though the saying of it gave it weight. They passed along the paths, through the growing spaces, past the places where the flowers had begun to rise and open. Once or twice Colin sat upon a low seat, and once he sank down upon the grass, resting only as long as he must, before rising again. He would not give up until he had gone all the way around. When at last they came back beneath the canopy tree, his cheeks were flushed, and there was a brightness in his eyes that had nothing to do with weariness. "I did it," he cried. "The magic worked. That is my first scientific discovery." Mary's first thought leapt ahead of her. "What will Dr. Craven say?" she asked. Colin's answer came at once. "He won't say anything," he replied, "because he will not be told. This is to be the biggest secret of all." He stood quite still as he spoke, as though fixing the idea firmly. "No one is to know anything about it until I've grown so strong that I can walk and run like any other boy. I shall come here every day in my chair, and I shall be taken back in it. I won't have people whispering and asking questions, and I won't let my father hear about it until the experiment has quite succeeded." There was a quiet certainty in him, which did not invite contradiction. "Then, when we come back," Colin went on, "I shall walk into his room and say, 'Here I am. I am like any other boy. I am quite well, and I shall live to be a man. It has been done by a scientific experiment.'" Mary's eyes widened. "He will think he's in a dream," she said. "He won't believe his eyes." Colin's face flushed again, but this time it was not only from exertion. There was a deep satisfaction in the picture he had formed, one that he had turned over in his mind more than once. "He will be obliged to believe them," he said. He stood for a moment in silence, and though he didn't speak it aloud, there was something else in his thoughts, a memory not so far away of what it had been to lie still and feel himself shut away from everything, even from those who should have cared most. That memory didn't vanish, but it no longer held him as it once had. "I am going to be an athlete," he said suddenly. "After the magic works, and before I begin to make scientific discoveries." Ben Weatherstaff gave a short laugh. "We shall have thee taken to boxing in a week or so," he said. "Thou'll end up winning the belt and being champion prize fighter of all of England."
Colin turned his head and looked at him with an unexpected sternness.
"Weatherstaff," he said, "that is disrespectful. You must not take liberties because you are in the secret. However much the magic works, I shall not be a prize fighter. I shall be a scientific discoverer."
Ben touched his forehead at once.
Ask pardon, sir," he said. "I ought to have seed it wasn't a joking matter."
But though he spoke respectfully, there was a brightness in his eyes which showed that he was pleased rather than offended. The boy's spirit had risen, and he knew it. Colin didn't press the matter further. He had said what he meant, and that was enough. He looked once more about the garden, the growing things, the paths, the quiet movement of the leaves and the light, and drew a long, steady breath. It didn't feel to him now like a place he visited. It felt like something he belonged within. The earth had already begun to warm by the time the light reached across the moor. It didn't come all at once, but slowly, spreading in a pale wash over the low stone wall, touching the rough edges of it, then slipping quietly into the enclosed space beyond, where rows of small green things had begun their steady, patient rising. Dickon was already there. He had been there early, as he often was, when the air still held the faint chill of night and the soil turned easily beneath his hands. There was no haste in the way he worked. He moved as though he understood the rhythm of the place, and he meant only to follow it. Loosening the earth, setting things right, pausing now and then to look, not just with judgment, but with a kind of quiet companionship. Sometimes he whistled under his breath, or sang a line or two of a song that seemed to belong to the open spaces. Sometimes he spoke softly to the creature who kept near him, as though they were part of the work itself, and not merely watchers of it. The low wall, built of rough stones and softened by time, held the garden close. In its crevices, small flowers had taken root, foxglove and fern, bits of green and color tucked wherever they might find space to grow. Nothing seemed forced there. Everything had found its own place, and in doing so, made the whole feel quietly complete. It was in the long, gentle stretch of the evening light that Mrs. Sowerby liked best to come and sit. When the day's work was done, and the air settled into the calm hour between labor and rest, she would walk out across the moor and take her place upon the low wall, her hands folded easily in her lap, her eyes moving over the garden as though it were something she knew well and trusted. She didn't interrupt Dickon as he worked. She watched and listened, and now and then asked a question, not because she didn't understand, but because she liked to hear the way he told things. That evening, when she spoke, there was a note of quiet amusement in her voice. She said, "that pair's enjoying theirselves, I warrant. There's nothing children like as much as play-acting. Let's hear what they do, Dickon lad." Dickon sat back on his heels once, brushing the earth lightly from his hands. There was a brightness in his eyes that had not been there earlier, a kind of contained laughter, as though the memory of it had been waiting. "Mr. Colin is carried down to his chair every time he goes out," he began, "and he flies out at John, the footman, for not carrying him careful enough. He makes himself as helpless looking as he can, and never lifts his head till we're out of sight and out the house." Miss Sowerby's mouth curved. "Does he now?" "Aye," Dickon went on, "and he grunts and frets a good bit when he's being settled. Him and Miss Mary, they've both got to enjoying it. When he groans, she'll say, 'Poor Colin, does it hurt you so much? Are you so weak as that, poor Colin?'" His voice softened with laughter he did not quite let loose. "But the trouble is," he added, "they can scarce keep from bursting out laughing. When we get safe into the garden, they laugh till they've no breath left to laugh with, and they've to hide their faces in the cushions so no one of the gardeners hears, if any's about.
Mrs. Sowerby gave a low, comfortable laugh that seemed to settle into the air rather than disturb it. "The more they laugh, the better for 'em," she said. "Good, healthy laughing's better than pills any day of the year. That pair will plump up for sure." "They are plumping up," Dickon said. "They're that hungry they don't know how to get enough to eat without making talk. Mr. Collins says if he keeps sending for more food, they won't believe he's an invalid at all." "And Miss Mary?" "She says she'll give him her share," Dickon answered. "But he says if she goes hungry, she'll get thin, and they mun both get fat at once." Mrs. Sowerby shook her head a little, though her eyes were smiling. There was no surprise in her, only a quiet satisfaction, as though something she had expected had begun, at last, to show itself plainly. She sat for a time without speaking, her gaze resting not on Dickon now, but on the small, steady work of growing things, the leaves opening, the stems lifting, the quiet insistence of life moving forward without announcement. In that stillness, it was easy to understand how she had known, even before she had been told, that something was changing. Not all at once, not in a way that called attention to itself, but in the way that healthy things change, gradually, surely, and with a kind of quiet certainty that did not need to be named. At last, she drew a breath and spoke again, more thoughtfully now. "And what do they make of that at the manor?" she asked. "Him being so well and cheerful and never complaining." Dickon gave a small grin. "They don't know what to make of it," he said. "Every day his face looks different. It's filling out, and the waxy colour's going. But he has to do a bit of complaining now and then to keep 'em from guessing." "What for, I mercy's name?" she asked. Dickon's grin widened. "He does it so they don't find out," he said. "If the doctor knew he could stand, he'd write to Mr. Craven. Mr. Collins keeping the secret till he's strong enough. He's going to practice his magic every day till his father comes back, and then he'll walk to him, straight as any lad." Miss Sowerby's laughter came again, softer this time, but deeper. There was no disbelief in it, only warmth, only knowing. And as the last of the light settled over the small garden, and the work of the day came gently to its end, the quiet truth of it seemed to rest there with them, that strength was growing, whether it was spoken or not, and that laughter, as much as anything, had begun to make its home in the place where it was most needed. Mrs. Sowerby laughed so heartily at the telling of it that she rocked gently where she sat upon the low wall, her blue cloak shifting about her shoulders as the sound of it warmed the quiet evening air. Dickon laughed with her, though his laughter came more softly, and though he held it close rather than letting it run free. "I'll tell thee what, lad," she said at last, when she caught her breath. "I've thought of a way to help them. When thee goes to them in the morning, thou shalt take a pail of good new milk, and I'll bake 'em a crusty cottage loaf, or maybe a few buns with currants in 'em, same as you children like. There's nothing so good as fresh milk and bread. It'll take the edge off the hunger while they're in the garden, and the fine food indoors will do the rest." "Eh, mother," Dickon said, his voice full of admiration. "What a wonder thou art. Thou always sees a way out of things." "They're two young uns growing fast," she said, still smiling, "and health's coming back to both of 'em. Children like that feel hunger's keen. They want food same as young creatures do, and they're enjoying themselves, that's plain enough." She spoke it simply, as though there were no mystery in it at all, only the steady return of what had always been meant to be there. And in truth, there was something in her manner which made it seem so. The children's secret, their careful pretending, their hidden laughter, their whispered plans, had not been undone by her knowing. It had only been steadied, as though it had found a place to rest in stronger hands. The idea of their play-acting, as she called it, delighted her. It delighted them as well, for there was something in pretending which made the truth feel safer, as though it could grow quietly without being disturbed. The puzzled looks of the nurse, the careful questions of the doctor, the watchful eyes in the manor. All these things had taught them caution without quite teaching them fear. "Your appetite is improving very much, Master Colin," the nurse had said one morning, watching him closely. "You used to eat nothing, and so many things disagreed with you." "Nothing disagrees with me now," Colin answered quickly, and then catching a look in his eyes, he checked himself. "At least, not so often. It's the fresh air." "Perhaps it is," she said, though she did not look convinced. "But I must speak with Dr. Craven about it." Mary had frowned when the nurse left. "How she stared at you," she said, as if she thought there must be something to find out. "I won't have her finding things out," Colin said at once. "No one must begin to find out yet." And when Dr. Craven came that same day, he too looked puzzled. "You stay out in the garden a great deal," he remarked. "Where do you go?" Colin drew himself up with an air of quiet authority. "I will not let anyone know where I go," he said. "I go to a place I like. Everyone has orders to keep out of the way. I won't be watched and stared at." The doctor regarded him thoughtfully. "You seem to be out all day, and I do not think it has done you harm," he said. "The nurse tells me you eat much more than you have ever done before." "Perhaps," said Colin, after a moment's pause. "Perhaps it is an unnatural appetite." "I do not think so," Dr. Craven replied. "Your food seems to agree with you. You are gaining strength, and your color is better." Colin lowered his eyes as though considering. Perhaps I am feverish," he said, in a tone of sudden discouragement. "People who are not going to live are often different." Dr. Craven shook his head, taking his wrist as he spoke. "You are not feverish," he said quietly, "and such strength as you have gained is healthy strength. If it continues, we need not speak of dying. Your father will be glad to hear of such improvement." Colin stared up at once. "I won't have him told," he cried. "I will only disappoint him if I get worse again, and I may get worse tonight. I feel as if I might be beginning to have a fever now. I won't have letters written. I won't. I hate being written about and talked over." "Hush, hush, my boy," the doctor said gently. "Nothing shall be written without your permission. You must not excite yourself." He said no more of it, though afterward he spoke privately to the nurse, cautioning her not to mention any such thing. "The boy is better," he said, "but he must not be disturbed. He excites himself too easily." Mary and Colin spoke of it together later, more seriously than before. From that time, their plan of play-acting became more careful. "I may be obliged to have a tantrum," Colin said reluctantly. "I don't want to have one, but I may not be miserable enough now to make it real. That lump does not come into my throat anymore, and I keep thinking of nice things instead of dreadful ones." Mary looked at him thoughtfully. "We must be very careful," she said. Colin nodded. But even as he spoke of being careful, even as he tried to imagine ways to appear weaker than he felt, there was something quietly working against him. For each morning, when he woke, there was an eagerness in him, which he could not quite suppress. And when breakfast came, he found that his appetite would not be reasoned with. The small table beside his chair was set with simple, plentiful things: fresh bread, butter, eggs, and jam, and sometimes other dishes besides. Mary always sat with him, and more than once they found themselves looking at one another with a kind of helpless amusement when the meal before them seemed far greater than either had intended to eat. "I think we shall eat it all this morning, Mary," Colin would say, with a seriousness which did not quite hide his satisfaction, and Mary, trying not to smile, would agree. For though they spoke of caution and planned their careful disguises, there was something stronger than their plans quietly at work within them, something that could not be hidden and did not wish to be. There was no longer any real question of sending food away. At first, they had spoken of it quite seriously, as though it were something that must be done, something proper and necessary to maintain appearances. But when the trays were set before them, and the covers lifted, They found, without quite meaning to, that nothing remained to be sent back at all. The plates returned to the pantry, polished clean. This did not go unnoticed. "I do wish," Colin said once, with a thoughtful air, "that the slices of ham were thicker, and one muffin each is not enough for anyone." Mary looked at him, trying to remember how such a statement might once have sounded. "It is enough for a person who is going to die," she said, "but it is not enough for a person who is going to live. I sometimes feel as if I could eat 3 when the air comes in from the moor." The window had been open that morning, and the scent of heather and gorse had drifted on into the light breeze, bringing with it something that seemed to sharpen the appetite rather than soothe it. It was on such a morning that Dickon came to them after they had already spent a good hour or more in the garden. He did not come at once into view. Instead, he slipped behind a large rose bush, and when he emerged, he carried with him 2 small tin pails. There was a quiet triumph in the way he set them down. One was filled with rich new milk, thick with cream at top, still cool and fresh. The other held a bundle wrapped carefully in a clean and blue-white cloth. When he unfolded it, the warmth escaped at once. Inside were currant buns. They were still hot. For a moment, neither Colin nor Mary spoke. The surprise of it, so simple and yet so perfectly timed, seemed almost too much to take in at once. Then the delight came. It rose all at once, bright and unrestrained, and for a little while they forgot everything else. The manor, the watching eyes, the careful pretenses. They ate as though the morning itself had made them hungry. "How good they are," Mary said softly. "And the milk," Colin added, taking another long drink, "is the best I've ever tasted." He paused then, with sudden seriousness. "Magic is in her, just as it is in Dickon. It makes her think of ways to do things, good things. She is a magic person." He considered a moment longer, then added, with great dignity, "Tell her we are grateful, Dickon, extremely grateful." But the dignity did not last. Before long he had forgotten it entirely and was eating as any hungry boy would, quickly, contently, without ceremony. And from that morning, such small feasts became part of their days. They did not at first think of what it might cost Miss Sowerby to provide them, but when the thought came, it came with enough force that they could not ignore it. She had many mouths to feed already, and it was not right that she should take on more without question. So they made a plan of another sort. They would send a little money, just enough to provide what was needed, and no more. Dickon brought back what was required, and with it came something else, a discovery. There was, in a small hollow beyond the garden, a place where stones could be set in such a way as to make a kind of oven. It wasn't large, nor carefully made, but it was enough. There they roasted potatoes and eggs. The taste of them, eaten in the open air, with a pinch of salt and fresh butter melting into the heat, seemed to them better than anything that had ever been served upon silver dishes. There was no sense of taking from anyone. There was only the pleasure of it. And so their days took on a new rhythm. Each morning, the magic was worked beneath the spreading branches of the tree, the leaves thickening above them as the seasons moved on. And after, Colin walked. At first only a little, then farther still. Each day he grew stronger, and each day his belief grew with him, steady, unquestioned, as though it had taken root within him and would not be moved. He tried small experiments, testing what he could do, learning what his strength would bear. And Dickon, watching him, showed him something more. "One day," he said, "I went to Thwaite and spoke with Bob Haworth. He's the strongest man on the moor. I asked him how he came by it." Colin listened at once, intent and eager. Dickon told a story simply, of a man who had learned to exercise every part of his body, of the strength that came, not all at once, but bit by bit, with care and practice. "I thought of thee," Dickon said, "and I watched what he did till I knew it well. "Can you show me?" Colin asked at once. "Will you?" "Aye," Deacon answered, rising to his feet. "But thou mun do it gently first. Rest between times, and don't overdo." "I will be careful," Colin said quickly. "Show me." Deacon began with movements so simple they seemed almost nothing at all, raising the arms, turning, bending, steadying. Colin watched closely. At first, he tried them sitting. Then, slowly, he stood. There was no suddenness in it, only a careful lifting, a steadying, a pause. And then he was upright, doing the same small movements with a concentration that left no room for anything else. Mary began to do them too. Nearby, Soot watched with growing agitation, hopping from one place to another, as though he felt he ought to join in and could not understand why he was left out. The moment passed, but it didn't fade. From then on, the exercises became a part of every day, no less important than the magic, and perhaps, though they didn't say it aloud, part of it. And with each passing day, the change became harder to hide. For though they still played their parts when they must, though Colin still remembered to frown and Mary to speak softly when others were near, there was something beneath it all that could not be disguised. Strength. It showed itself in the way he stood, in the way he walked, in the way he laughed without thinking to stop himself. And though the house remained as it had always been, quiet, watchful, uncertain, there was something growing within it that would not remain hidden forever. Not now. Not much longer. It was talked of downstairs, though never quite in the same way twice. "They're eating next to nothing," the nurse would say, with a troubled shake of her head. "They will starve themselves if they go on so. And yet, look at them." "Look," Mrs. Medlock answered, almost indignantly. "I am murdered to death with them, I am. One day they'll eat as if they've never seen food before, and the next they turn up their noses at the best kitchen can send. Not a bite of the beautiful fowl yesterday, and cook near in tears over it." There was no sense made of it. The trays came back scarcely touched, and yet the children themselves did not fade as one might expect. They didn't grow weaker. They didn't grow pale. Quite the opposite. And this is what troubled them most. When Dr. Craven came and was told of it, he listened without interruption, though his expression grew more and more intent. He had been away for some time and had not seen Colin in nearly a fortnight. When at last he entered the room and looked at the boy, he didn't speak at once. Something in his face changed. He studied him closely, more closely perhaps than he had ever done before. The sallowness had gone. In its place, there was a warmth of color beneath the skin, a faint rose that seemed to come and go with the breath and movement. The hollows in his face had softened. His eyes were clearer. Even his hair seemed different. No longer dull and heavy, but lying more lightly, as though it belonged to someone who had stepped out of the shadow into air. It was, in a way, unsettling, for this was not how an invalid ought to look. "I'm sorry to hear that you do not eat," Dr. Craven said at last, seating himself beside him. "That will not do. You have gained a great deal, and very quickly. You must not lose it." "I told you," Colin replied, with a certain composed gravity, "that this was an unnatural appetite." Mary, who was sitting nearby, made a sudden sound, a small, strangled noise she tried at once to hide. Dr. Craven turned to her. "What is the matter?" She sat up very straight. "It was nothing," she said. "Something between a sneeze and a cough." But when his attention moved away again, she bent slightly toward Colin, her voice dropping. "I couldn't help it," she whispered. "I was remembering that enormous potato and the way you ate it." Colin's eyes flickered with something like laughter, but he held it back. He must. There were still parts to be played. "Is there any way," Dr. Craven asked later, turning to Mrs. Medlock, "that they might be obtaining food without our knowledge?" "There is no way," she answered firmly. They see no one but each other. If they want anything different, they've only got to ask for it. Dr. Craven considered this. Well, he said after a moment, so long as it appears to agree with them, we need not be over-anxious. The boy is changed. So is the girl, Mrs. Medlock added. She's not the same sharp little thing she was. There's colour in her now, and she laughs. The two of them together, well, you'd think they'd gone a bit wild with it. Perhaps they have, said Dr. Craven quietly. He paused, and then, with a kind of thoughtful resignation, added, let them laugh. And so they did. They laughed in the garden, where no one could hear them. They laughed over their small feast and their secret plans. They laughed at nothing at all, simply because they could. And though the house continued to watch and wonder and try to make sense of what it saw, there was something it could not account for. Something that didn't belong to medicine or routine or careful observation. Something that grew stronger with each passing day. It lived in the air beneath the trees. It moved in the sunlight that fell across the grass. It stirred in breath and in movement and in quiet moments when no one spoke at all. And whether it was called by name or not, it went on working, steady and unseen, changing everything it touched. Not suddenly, not all at once, but surely. And now, at last, it was very near to being known. The garden had come into its full season, and with it there had settled a quiet understanding among all living things within its walls. It was not something spoken, nor even something that could easily be seen, but it moved gently through the air, as though every leaf and branch and small beating heart had come to know the same truth in its own way. Each morning revealed something new, though nothing arrived suddenly. The changes unfolded as if they had always been waiting. Buds opened without announcement. Petals loosened themselves into the light, and the grass beneath grew deep and soft, holding the warmth of sun as though it remembered it long after the day had shifted. High among those close-grown branches, the robin's nest lay hidden in a place chosen with great care. Within it were eggs, small and pale, resting in a stillness that held more than silence. The robin's mate sat upon them, her body slightly curved protectively, her wings drawn close, her breast rising and falling with a steady, watchful rhythm. At first, she hadn't trusted the garden. Though it was filled with growing things, though the air itself seemed gentle, she had felt the need to guard against all that might come near. The robin had shared this vigilance, keeping close, his bright eyes sharp, his small body alert to every movement among the leaves. Even the children had been counted among the uncertain things. Dickon had known this without being told. He had kept his distance from the hidden corner where the branches thickened, moving instead through the open spaces with a quiet patience that belonged to him as naturally as breathing. There was something in the way he waited, in the absence of any wish or to take or to disturb, that seemed to carry meaning. It was as though he had spoken, though no word had passed, of safety. Little by little, the feeling spread. It moved through the garden as softly as the wind through the leaves, touching one thing and then another, until it settled even upon the robin's mate as she kept her place upon the nest. Her watchfulness remained, but it no longer trembled with unease. It became something steadier, something that did not question every sound. For there had grown, among them all, a kind of shared knowing. If there had been even one creature in that garden who didn't understand, deeply and entirely, that the eggs must be kept safe, that no harm must come near them, and the quiet happiness of those days could not have existed. It was felt without being spoken, as though the air itself would have changed had that understanding been broken. The robin knew it. His mate knew that he knew it, and in some quiet way, all the others knew it too. Mary and Colin came each day, moving along the paths as though they had always belonged there. At first, they had been watched with careful attention, their presence measured against the safety of the place. But there was nothing in them that jarred against the stillness. Their voices didn't rise sharply, their steps didn't startle the small creatures, and they carried with them no sense of interruption. Mary's eyes were often turned toward the small and growing things, as though she had learned to see what had once been hidden from her. Colin moved more slowly, but with a steadiness that had begun to take root within him. The garden seemed to receive him, not as something separate, but as something that had found its proper place. Sometimes they spoke, sometimes they did not. The silence between them rested easily, filled with the soft stirring of leaves, the distant call of birds, and the faint movements of life unfolding in unseen corners. And above them, within the sheltering branches, the robin remained near. He no longer kept to the deepest cover, nor did he watch with the sharpness he once had. He perched where he could see, his small body at ease, his bright eye attentive, but untroubled. The garden had told him what he needed to know. Nothing here would harm the eggs. And so, the days passed in that quiet, golden way, each one adding gently to the next, until it seemed that the garden itself was holding something precious, not only within the nest, but within every living thing that had come to belong there. As the days passed, the sense of watchfulness, which had once belonged so strongly to the robin and his mate, faded into something gentler, until it seemed scarcely to trouble them at all. The garden had settled into a rhythm that held no sharp edges, and the small lives within it moved easily, as though guided by an understanding that required no thought. The boy who could speak robin had continued to do the curious things he did with the others, standing, stretching, moving his limbs in a way that at first seemed strange and uncertain. Yet there had been no suddenness in it, no quick darting movement such as might to belong to danger. The robin had come to accept these actions as belonging to a harmless kind of living. There were moments when Colin would move with a kind of earnest concentration, lifting his arms, setting his feet, as though he were learning something that did not yet come easily. To the robin, whose own strength had never needed to be learned in such a way, it had seemed at first a puzzling thing. But there was no alarm in it now. It became simply another part of curious behavior of human creatures, no more threatening than the rustling of leaves or the shifting of light across the ground. And as the boy grew stronger, the last small uneasiness slipped quietly away. He walked more steadily now, and sometimes even ran a little, his movements no longer halting or uncertain. He worked beside the others, turning the earth, pulling small weeds from the soil, and moving about the garden with growing ease. There was no longer anything in him that suggested he might fall or fail. The garden seemed to have taken him into its keeping, as it had taken everything else. The nest in the hidden corner was no longer overshadowed by a faint anxiety. It rested in a peace so complete that it seemed almost to deepen in stillness around it. The robin's mate no longer lifted herself at every distant sound, nor did the robin keep such constant guard. Their attention turned outward more often, drawn by the many small and changing things that filled the days. For there was much to observe. From her place upon the nest, the robin's mate could see the children as they moved through the garden, their presence no longer a disturbance, a source of quiet interest. They were unlike anything else that lived within the walls, and yet they had become a part of the same gentle order. Their voices rose and fell in soft tones. Their movements carried no threat, and there was something in their nearness that seemed to bring a kind of companionship to the hours. On days when the sky remained clear and the sun rested warmly upon the ground, there was always something to watch. The children worked, rested, spoke together, and moved among the growing things with a sense of belonging that deepened each day. But when the rain came, and the garden lay under a soft and steady falling of water, their absence was felt. The robin's mate didn't leave her nest, but she became aware of the change in a way that she had not expected. The rain softened all sound, drawing a veil across the garden so that even the smallest stirrings seemed distant. The leaves bent beneath the weight of the water, and the pathways darkened, holding the quiet of the sky above them. There were no familiar footsteps then, no low voices passing between the trees, no gentle disturbances of air that marked the children's presence. The garden remained full and living, yet something within its rhythm seemed to pause, as though it too had grown accustomed to their coming and found their absence noticeable in a small, unspoken way. The robin's mate, keeping her place upon the eggs, found her attention turning outward more on these such days. She watched the falling rain, the slow movement of branches, the shifting of light behind the clouds. It wasn't unease she felt, nor any return of fear, but a quieter kind of waiting, an awareness that something which had become part of the day was for a time withheld. Still, even in that softened stillness, the sense of safety remained unchanged. The eggs were as secure as though they had been hidden far from all things, held in a place beyond reach. There was no longer any fear that harm might come near them. And within the house, though the garden couldn't see it, the same quiet change was continuing. One morning, when the rain fell without ceasing and the light beyond the windows lay soft and gray, Colin found himself restless in a way he had not known before. The stillness that had once held him so easily now seemed to press upon him. He lay upon the sofa, aware of the strength in his limbs, aware of the growing life within him that no longer wished to be quiet. "My legs and arms," he said after a time, his voice filled with a kind of wondering impatience. "They feel as if they must be doing something always. When I wake in the morning, it's as if everything is already awake before I am. Even the trees seem to be calling out." Mary, seated near him, watched him with a brightness in her eyes that answered his own feeling. "They would think you had gone quite mad," she said, her tone light with amusement, "if you were to begin shouting with them." He smiled at that, the thought settling easily into his mind. It no longer troubled him to imagine how others might see him. Instead, there was something almost pleasant in it, as though he had come to belong to a different understanding altogether. "I should like to tell my father," he said, after a moment, more quietly now. "I think of it often, but I cannot go on pretending as I have done. I am not the same." The rain continued against the windows, steady and unbroken. Mary was silent for a while, her thoughts moving in her own direction. Then, with a sudden lift of her head, she spoke again, her voice holding a quiet spark. "Do you know," she said, "how many rooms there are in this house?" Colin turned toward her, surprised, the question carrying with it the beginning of something new. The rain hadn't lifted, but something in the morning had shifted all the same. Mary's question lingered between them, quiet at first, as though it had been placed there without urgency. Colin looked at her with a kind of thoughtful curiosity, his restlessness turning toward it. as though it offered direction. "How many rooms?" he repeated. "Yes," Mary said. "There are a great many, and a great number no one ever goes into." She spoke without exaggeration, but there was a steadiness in her tone that gave her words weight. It was not simply the number of rooms that mattered, but the way that she had seen them, alone, unnoticed, belonging to no one in particular. "One day," she continued, "when it rained like this, I went wandering. I didn't know where I was going. I only kept opening doors." Colin listened closely now. "I found corridors that seemed to lead nowhere," she said, "and rooms that had been shut so long that the air inside them felt still and old. There were chairs no one had sat in for years, and cabinets filled with curious things. I saw a little room with ivory elephants, and another where the walls were covered in brocade, and there was a place where a mouse had made a hole in a cushion." She paused slightly, remembering. "I went farther than I meant to," she added, "and when I tried to come back, I lost my way." Colin leaned forward a little, the idea taking hold of him. "It sounds like the garden," he said. "Only inside." Mary gave a small nod. "Yes, it does." There was a small moment when neither of them spoke, but the thought had already begun to move between them, growing quietly. "We might go," Colin said after a moment. Mary's eyes lifted to this at once. "We might," she answered. The rain continued steadily against the windows, but it no longer held them as it had before. The day seemed suddenly larger, as though the house itself had opened in some unseen way. "If I had my chair," Colin said slowly, "I could be taken as far as the gallery. After that—" He didn't finish, but the meaning rested clearly between them. Mary understood. "No one would follow us," she said. "There are places where no one ever comes." Colin's expression settled into something firm and quiet. "Ring the bell," he said. When the nurse came, he gave his orders with a calm assurance that left little room for question. He spoke simply, as though the matter had already been decided, and there was something in his manner which made it easier for her to obey than hesitate. They were taken as far as the long gallery and left there as he had directed. The sound of retreating footsteps faded, and with it went the last small sense of being watched or guided. For a moment, neither of them moved. The quiet of the place was different from that of the garden, but it held no discomfort. It seemed, instead, to wait. Colin rose from the chair. There was no pause of doubt now, no inward hesitation. He stood with steadiness that belonged to him fully, as though the strength that he had gathered had last become something he trusted without question. "I'm going to run from one end of the gallery to the other," he said, "and then I shall jump, and then we shall do the exercises." Mary watched him without speaking. He began at once. His first steps were measured, but he didn't falter. The long stretch of floor opened before him, and he crossed it with growing ease, his movement finding its own rhythm. When he reached the far end, he turned and came back again, more lightly this time, as though the effort had already begun to feel natural to him. They went on to the exercises Dickon had shown him. Colin lifted his arms, stretched them outward, bent and straightened, each motion carried out with care, but without uncertainty. The space allowed him to move freely, and there was something in that freedom which seemed to deepen his confidence. When at last they stopped, it was not from weariness, but because the moment had reached its fullness. "I like it," he said quietly. "I like the house." Mary smiled. "So do I." They wandered then, as Mary had once done alone, but now together. Doors were opened, and rooms revealed themselves in quiet succession. There were places filled with objects whose use was no longer remembered, and others where the light fell in such a way that everything seemed newly seen. They found the small Indian room, where the ivory elephant stood arranged behind glass, pale and finely shaped. Mary paused there, her memory returning to her first wandering. "It's different now," she said softly. Colin looked at the figures, then back at her. "It is all different now," he answered. They moved on, discovering corridors and corners, turning into places that seemed both part of the house and apart from it. There was a curious feeling in wandering there, of being within familiar walls and yet far from ordinary life. At last they returned. When the tray was brought, they ate with an appetite that surprised even themselves, the simple meal carrying a quiet satisfaction that had once been unknown. Downstairs, the tray was set down with a firmness that drew attention, and voices rose in low conversation. There was a curiosity in them, and a kind of wonder, not yet fully spoken. "This is a house of mysteries," one voice said, "and those two children are the greatest mysteries in it." Another answered with a note of rough humor, speaking of strength gained and weight increased, of changes that could no longer be overlooked. The house, which had long kept its silence, seemed to stir faintly with these observations. Later, when the afternoon had settled, Mary sat quietly in Colin's room. Her eyes were drawn to the picture above the mantel. The curtain had been drawn back. She noticed it before, but now she looked at it steadily, saying nothing. Colin, who had been watching her, spoke after a moment. "I know what you're thinking," he said. "You are wondering why I have left it so." Mary turned to him. "Yes." He was quiet for a little while before answering. "It doesn't make me angry now," he said at last. The words settled gently in the room. "One night," he continued, "when the moon was bright, I woke and I felt as if everything was full of something I couldn't name. I couldn't lie still. I went to the window, and the light seemed to be everywhere. I fell upon the curtain, and I went to it without thinking." Mary listened without moving. "I drew it back, and I looked at her." He paused, but there was no hesitation in him. "She didn't seem as she once did. It was as though she were looking down, and glad." The room remained very still. "I like to see her now. I want her to be there." Mary's gaze returned to the picture. "You are like her," she said thoughtfully. "Sometimes I think you are almost the same." Colin considered this. "If I were," he said slowly, "my father would care for me." Mary turned toward him again. "Do you wish him to?" she asked. There was no quick answer. "I used not to," he said, "but I think I do now. If he could be made to see, if he could know, perhaps he would feel as I do." He was quiet for a moment longer. "I should like to tell him about the magic," he added softly. Their belief in the magic had settled into something steady and unquestioned, as natural to them now as the rhythm of the mornings themselves. It was no longer something they spoke of only with excitement or wonder, but something lived, something that moved quietly beneath all they did. After their morning exercises, when the garden lay still in that gentle hour before the day fully warmed, Colin sometimes chose to speak. He did so with a seriousness that held its own kind of quiet amusement, as though he were both entirely in earnest and faintly aware of the role that he had given himself. "I like to lecture," he explained one morning, resting lightly against the tree as though it were a place that belonged to him, "because when I grow up and make scientific discoveries, I shall have to tell people about them. This is practice. I cannot make very long lectures yet, because I am still young, but I shall improve." Mary, who sat upon the grass with her hands loosely folded, listened without interruption, her eyes steady and thoughtful. Dickon, crouched nearby with a small cluster of weeds in his hand, glanced up now and again, his expression bright and with quiet understanding. Ben Weatherstaff, who had stationed himself not far away, gave a short sound that might have been agreement or amusement. "The best o' lecturing," he said, leaning upon his spade, "is that a man can say what he likes, and no one need answer him back. I've a mind to try myself some day." Colin smiled slightly at this, though he didn't allow it to interrupt the gravity of his purpose. But while he spoke, Ben did not truly attend to the words. His gaze, sharp and searching beneath this habitual roughness, remained fixed upon the boy himself. There was something in the way he looked, something measuring, and yet not unkind. He had seen changes, not all at once, nor in any way that could easily be named, but steadily, day by day. The thinness that had seemed fixed had softened, the uncertain movements that had grown sure, the head, which had once bent as though under a weight, now lifted and remained so without effort. And there was something else, something in his eyes, a light he had seen before. He didn't speak of it. Colin, however, felt the weight of that gaze, and once, when the morning had fallen into a softer quiet and his words had ceased, he had turned suddenly. "What are you thinking about, Ben Weatherstaff?" he asked. Ben shifted slightly, as though brought back from a place he had not meant to show. "I was thinking," he answered, after a moment, "as thou gained a fair bit this week. There's more o' thee than there was. I'd not mind seeing thee on a pair of scales." Colin's expression changed then, not until after, but into something brighter, more assured. "It is magic," he said, "and Mrs. Sowerby's buns, and the milk, and the air, and everything. The experiment has succeeded." There was no boasting in it, only a calm certainty. The morning passed easily into work, as it always did. The rain of the days before had left the earth softened and generous, and with it had come the quick rising of weeds among the flowers. There was much to be done, and they set to it without complaint. Dickon worked as he always did, quietly, steadily, with a kind of ease that seemed to belong as much to the creatures about him as to himself. Mary moved beside him, her hands sure and careful, her attention given wholly to what lay before her. And Colin worked. There had been a time when even the thought would have seemed impossible, but now he bent, reached, pulled, and rose again without hesitation. His movements were not hurried, but they were sure, and there was a growing strength in them which did not falter. As he worked, he spoke now and then, continuing his lecture in fragments, as though the thoughts came to him as naturally as movements of his hands. "The magic works best when you work yourself," he said. "You can feel it in your muscles, in your bones. I'm going to read books about muscles, but I shall write a book about magic, because no one else understands it properly." No one answered him, but neither did they dismiss what he said. The words were allowed to settle where they would, as naturally as everything else in the garden. For a little while, there was only the quiet work, the soft sound of earth, the faint movement of leaves, the distant call of something unseen. Then, without warning, Colin stopped. The trowel slipped from his hand and fell lightly to the ground. He remained still for a moment, as though something within him had called him to attention. Mary looked up at once. Dickon did the same. Colin straightened slowly, then all at once lifted himself fully upright, as though he had been drawn upward by something he did not resist. His shoulders came back, his head rose, and his arms moved outward with a sudden, unguarded exultation. Color rose in his face. His eyes widened, not with surprise, but with recognition. "Mary, "Dickon," he cried, "look at me." They rose without thinking, drawn by the change in him. "Do you remember," he said quickly, his voice carrying a new intensity, "that first morning you brought me here?" "Aye," said Dickon quietly. Mary said nothing, but her gaze did not leave Colin's face. "Just now," he went on, "I remembered it myself. When I was digging, I had to stand up to see if it was true. And it is true." He drew a breath, as though it filled him completely. "I am well," he said. "I am well." The words came again, stronger. "I am well." It was not a declaration made for others. It was something realized, something known. He had believed it before. He had hoped it. He had spoken it as a part of the magic they all held. But now it was something that moved through him entirely. "I shall live forever and ever and ever," he cried, not in wildness, but in a kind of overflowing certainty. "I shall find out everything. I shall never stop making magic." Ben Weatherstaff, who had been working near the rosebush, turned his head and regarded him with a steady eye. "Thou might sing the doxology," he said dryly. Colin turned to him at once. "What is that?" "Dickon can sing it," Ben replied. Dickon smiled, his expression easy and untroubled. "They sing it in church," he said. "Mother says the skylarks sing it too, when they rise in the morning." "If she says so, it must be a good song," Colin answered. "Sing it, Dickon. I should like to hear it." Dickon didn't hesitate. The sunlight lay warm upon them, and the scent of the earth and the green growing things rose gently in the still air. The work had slowed without any one of them quite deciding it should. It was as though something had drawn their attention inward and upward at once. Dickon stood among the rose bushes, his cap pushed back, his face lifted a little, as if he was listening to something beyond the sound of their own voices. Then simply, as though it were the most natural thing in the world, he began to sing. "Praise God from all who blessings flow. Praise him, all creatures here below. Praise him above, ye heavenly host. Praise Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen." His voice was clear and strong, but unforced, carrying easily through the garden. It didn't seem to rise above the place, but to belong to it, as though the trees and the soft wind among the leaves understood it and held it. For a moment, the others didn't join him. Then Colin's voice came, less certain at first, but bright and earnest, and Mary's followed, steady and careful, and before the second line was finished, they were all singing together. Ben Weatherstaff stood stiffly where he had been, his hands half curled at his sides. He cleared his throat once, sharply, as though the sound annoyed him. But when the third line came, he joined in, his rough voice catching and then deepening into something full and unexpected. The sound filled the garden. It wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. It moved outward and settled over the grass and the branches and the open sky beyond the walls, as though it were a part of the quiet life which had been growing there day by day. When they came to the last word, Amen, the sound lingered. No one spoke. The air seemed to hold the echo of it, not a noise, but as a feeling that remained after the voice had fallen silent. Even the small movements of the leaves seemed to quiet themselves, as though unwilling to break what had been made. Ben Weatherstaff turned his face aside and rubbed it roughly with the back of his hand, muttering something under his breath. Dickon stood easy and still, his eyes bright. Mary didn't move at all. Colin stood with his head lifted. There was a look in his face which had not been there before. Not only joy, but something steadier. Something that had settled deeper than the quick brightness of his excitement. He seemed to be listening, not to the song, which had ended, but to something which followed it. The garden lay open and sunlit around them, and yet, all at once his expression changed. Not with fear, not even with surprise, but with a kind of alert wonder, as though something just beyond sight had made itself known. He turned his head slightly toward the ivied wall. "Who's coming in here?" he said quickly. "Who is it?" The door in the ivied wall had been pushed gently open. No one had heard it. It had not creaked or caught. It had only moved, slowly, quietly, until the space beyond it was no longer closed. In the opening stood a woman. She didn't step forward at once. She remained where she was for a moment, her hands still resting lightly against the wood, her eyes moving over the garden as though she were taking in something she had long expected, and had now, at last, come to see. Deacon turned first. The moment his eyes fell upon her, something bright and immediate lit his face. Recognition without surprise, as though he had expected her all along. "It's mother," he said, and he went to her at once. There was no hesitation in it. He crossed the space quickly, as naturally as breath, and came to stand close beside her, his presence settling easily into hers. He didn't speak again, nor did he need to. There was a quiet understanding between them, which required nothing more. Mary rose slowly to her feet. Colin didn't move at once. He stood very still, looking toward the doorway, and something in his face changed, not into uncertainty, but into a kind of deep attention, as though he were seeing something that mattered to him in a way that he had not known before. Mrs. Sowerby stepped into the garden then. She closed the door gently behind her, not turning her back on them as she did, but keeping her gaze upon the 3 children. There was no hurry in her movements, and no self-consciousness. She walked forward across the grass as though she had always had the right to enter there. The sunlight fell softly across her face. She looked first at Deacon, and something warm and familiar passed between them. Then her eyes moved to Mary, and there was a quiet recognition there too. At last, she looked at Colin. She didn't speak. She stood still and looked at him fully, taking him in, not only as he was in that moment, but as though she saw something that had been growing unseen and had not come into the light. Colin took a step toward her. It was not hurried. It was uncertain. He went as though drawn, not by curiosity, but by something steadier. When he stood before her, he didn't bow, and he didn't hold himself back as he might once have done. He looked up at her face directly. "Even when I was ill," he said, "I wanted to see you." His voice was quiet, but clear. "You and Deacon and the garden, I never wanted anything else before." He had not planned to say it. The words came as though they had been waiting. Mrs. Sowerby drew in a breath. For a moment, she didn't answer. There was something in her expression which softened and deepened at once, and her eyes shone, not with surprise, but with the feeling that had been stirred. "Oh, dear lad," she said at last. Her voice was full. "Oh, dear lad." She stepped nearer and took his hand. Her hands were warm and firm, shaped by work and use, but gentle in their hold. She didn't take his hand as though he were fragile, nor as though he were distant. She took it simply, as though she had known him always. And Colin did not draw away. Something in him, something that had been restless, searching, uncertain even in his strength, grew quiet under her touch. "Are you surprised?" he asked her. "Because I'm so well?" He asked it with a kind of open curiosity, not seeking praise, but wanting to know. Mrs. Sowerby looked at him carefully. Her gaze moved over him, not quickly, not searching for faults, but steadily. taking in what was there, the straightness of his back, the strength in his stance, the light in his eyes. "No," she said. She spoke simply. "No, I am not surprised." Then, after a moment, "I knew it would come." Colin drew in a deeper breath. "You knew?" he said. "Aye," she answered. "When a lad sets his mind to growing, and fills it with good thoughts instead of bad, there's naught can hinder him long. Not if he's given half a chance." Her eyes moved, just briefly, to Mary. "And he's had his chance," she added quietly. Mary felt the words without looking up. Dickon stood easy beside his mother, his presence quiet and sure. Behind them, Ben Weatherstaff made a sound in his throat and turned his face aside, as though he had no concern for such talk. But he didn't move away. Colin's hand remained in Miss Sowerby's. "I am going to live forever," he said. He spoke it now, without the earlier burst of exultation. It came more quietly, but with greater certainty. "And I am going to make magic." Mrs. Sowerby's mouth curved slightly, not in amusement, but in agreement. "Aye," she said, "thou already has." The garden held them then. The sunlight rested across the grass. The leaves stirred softly overhead. The air moved gently through the space between them. Nothing needed to be said. And yet everything that had been growing, quietly, steadily, had come into its own. There was a kind of quiet happiness in the garden after that. It didn't come all at once, nor with a great display, but settled among them gently, like warmth after a long chill, or sunlight spreading slowly across the ground. Mrs. Sowerby remained with them beneath the tree while they ate. She didn't hurry them, nor speak too much, but watched with a soft, satisfied look as they finished what she had brought. Every now and then she laughed, not loudly, but with a warm, low sound that seemed to belong to the place as much as the birdsong did. It was a comfortable sort of laughter, the kind that made things feel steady and right. Colin had never known such a meal. It was not only the food itself, though that was hearty and simple and good, but something in the way it was shared, and the way no one watched him anxiously, nor measured what he ate, nor spoke of strength as something fragile. He ate because he was hungry, and when he finished, he leaned back slightly, drawing in a long breath, as though he had only just realized how deeply content he was. Mrs. Sowerby noticed it at once. "There now," she said softly, "that's learning." Colin turned to her. "Learning what?" he asked. "How to live," she answered. She simply said it, as though it needed no explanation. For a moment, no one spoke. The garden seemed to listen. Mary sat very still, her hands folded loosely in her lap, her eyes moving from Colin to Mrs. Sowerby and back again. There was something in her face that had changed, not suddenly, but in a way that had been coming for some time. She didn't feel alone. That was the difference. Not in the garden, not now. Dickon lay stretched on the grass nearby, one arm behind his head, looking up through the branches. A small creature, one of his constant companions, had settled close to him, as though it too understood that this was a moment not to be disturbed. Even Ben Weatherstaff had ceased his muttering. He stood a little apart, his hands resting on the handle of his spade, his sharp eyes watching them all beneath his heavy brows. From time to time, he made a rough sound in his throat, but he didn't interrupt. The easy, comfortable feeling didn't pass when the meal was done. It lingered. No one seemed in any haste to move or to break the quiet happiness that had settled among them. The basket lay open beside them, the last crumbs forgotten, and the sunlight shifted slowly through the leaves above their heads. Mrs. Sowerby didn't rise. She remained where she was, as if she belonged there, just as much as the tree, or the grass, or the soft moving air itself. Now and then she spoke, telling them small things, simple things, in her broad Yorkshire way, bits of stories, bits of sense, bits of laughter that came and went as easily as breath. Mary listened without interrupting. Colin listened too, but in a different way. There were moments when he leaned forward slightly, as if something she said had touched a thought already waiting inside of him. And there were moments when he sat very still, his eyes resting on her face, as though he were trying to understand something not spoken at all. Dickon lay stretched upon the grass, content and watchful, his creatures quiet near him. And even Ben Weatherstaff, working a little distance off, had fallen to a kind of listening silence, though he would not have said so if asked. It was as if the garden itself had drawn a little closer around them. The sounds beyond the walls seemed farther away. The world outside didn't press in. Nothing hurried, nothing disturbed. And in that stillness, held gently between talk and quiet, between laughter and thought, there was the feeling that something more had not yet been said. Something that was waiting. The quiet didn't break all at once. It shifted. Mrs. Sowerby, who had been speaking in her easy, steady way, paused as though something in the air had drawn her attention inward. She looked from one to another of them, and then back again, her expression thoughtful, but warm. "Well," she said at last, "there's a many a thing as sets a folk thinking, and most on it's no more nor what's been there all along." Colin leaned forward a little. "What do you mean?" he asked. Miss Sowerby's eyes rested on him. "I mean," she said, "as there a big good thing in this world, whether we call it by one name or another, and it's in the garden same as it's in us, if we give it room." She spoke without weight, without trying to persuade. The words seemed to settle where they would, as naturally as the light through the leaves. Dickon nodded, as though this were nothing new to him. "Aye," he said softly, "it's working and everything." Colin drew a breath. "It's the magic," he said. Mrs. Sowerby gave a small smile. "Aye," she answered, "thou may call it that." There was a little pause after that, but it wasn't empty. It felt full. Mary shifted slightly on the grass, her eyes thoughtful. "It's what makes things grow," she said, "and makes people grow." Mrs. Sowerby looked at her with quiet approval. "That's a fair way of saying it," she replied. For a few moments they spoke together, simply, easily, each saying what came to them, not as though they were explaining something, but as though they were discovering it in the saying. Then, as naturally as the thought had come, Mrs. Sowerby spoke again. "Thou'll have thy father home one o' these days," she said. The words did not fall heavy. They came as though they belonged. Colin looked at her at once. "My father," he said. "Aye," she answered. "He'll come when the time's right. A man cannot stay away forever when there's summat calling him back." Colin was still. The thought didn't startle him. It settled slowly, as other thoughts had begun to settle. "I should like to see him," he said. There was no bitterness in it, only a quiet truth. Miss Sowerby nodded. "Aye," she said, "and he'll like to see thee." There was a small silence after that. Something in Colin's face changed, not outwardly, but inwardly, as though a space long held closed had opened a little further. He looked at her, and then, quite simply, "I wish you were my mother." She moved at once. My dear lad," she cried. She caught him to her, holding him close as if he had been her own. "Thou art as much my lad as Dickon is," she said, "and I'm that fond on thee." She didn't let him go. "But thou's got thy own mother," she went on, and she's not lost to thee. Colin lifted his head a little. Not lost? He said. Mrs. Sowerby shook her head. No, she answered. She's in this garden, here. The words were not spoken as something to be believed or questioned. They were just said as something known. In the flowers, she added softly, and in the trees, and in the growing of growing things, and in thee too, same as she always was. The garden lay still about them. No one spoke. The leaves stirred faintly overhead, and the sunlight shifted upon the ground, and something in the quiet seemed to deepen, not into silence, but into presence. Colin didn't look away. He stood very still, his breath slow and even. His face changed, not with surprise, but with a kind of recognition that came from somewhere deeper than thought. And thy father, Mrs. Sowerby said after a moment, he'll come back to thee. Colin turned his head slightly. Aye, she went on. He mun come. There's too much calling him. She didn't say more. She didn't need to. The words remained, and after a little while, she loosened her arm from about him. Well now, she said gently, as though returning to themselves without breaking what had been given. Keep to it. They understood her. Mary nodded. Dickon smiled. Colin drew a quiet breath. I shall, he said. And in the garden, where everything had been growing unseen and steadily, the promise seemed already to have taken root. There are, in the turning of years, certain quiet discoveries which seem at first too simple to be of consequence, and yet, once they are known, they cannot be set aside. They don't arrive with noise or demand, but with a kind of steady presence, as though they had always existed and had only waited to be seen. It had come to be understood, though not by any formal naming, that thoughts themselves carried a weight. They moved unseen, and yet they shaped what they touched, much as sunlight or shadow might alter the growth of a thing rooted in the earth. A thought allowed to remain could settle deeply, and only gently chosen might take the place of another, without struggle. Mary had not learned this in a single moment. It had come to her slowly, carried in the small changes of her days, the growing things in the garden, the steady companionship of Dickon, the quiet unfolding of Colin's strength. Without intending it, her mind had filled itself with other things, and the sharper, more restless thoughts that had found less room to remain. Where once she had watched the world with a kind of guarded indifference, she now found herself noticing what lay before her with steadier attention. The air, the movement of leaves, the sounds that came and went without effort, all these had taken her place within her, until they seemed to belong there as naturally as her own breath. Colin's change had followed its own path, though it had been shaped by the same quiet influence. For a long while, his thoughts had turned always upon himself, upon weakness, upon fear, upon the constant expectation that something within him would fail. These thoughts had not been questioned. They had been allowed to remain, and in remaining, they had taken on a kind of authority. But when other thoughts had begun to press gently against them, there had been a shift. It had not come through force, nor through argument, but through presence. The garden, the air, the movement of its own body, the steady certainty of those around him, these had begun to fill the space where fear had once settled. It was as though something had been cleared without disturbance. Strength came, not as something newly given, but as something uncovered. It moved through him with a steadiness that did not call attention to itself, and yet could not be mistaken. His limbs responded without hesitation. His breath came easily. And there was within him a growing awareness that he was no longer held by the limits he had once believed were fixed. There is a simple truth, though it is not always easily remembered, that where one thing takes root and is tended, another cannot remain. The garden, in its quiet way, had always known this. Where the rose was cared for, the thistle did not thrive. Where light reached and remained, the shadow could not deepen beyond its place. It was not a matter of struggle, but of presence. And so it had been with the children. While the garden came gradually into its fullness, they had come into their own in much the same manner. There had been no sudden change, no single moment that marked the turning. Instead, there had been a steady continuation, each day building upon the last, until what had once seemed unlikely no longer required explanation. Beyond the walls of Misselthwaite, however, there was another life moving on its own course, untouched for a time by these quiet changes. Far from the moor, beyond the familiar reach of the English countryside, a man wandered through places of great beauty, and yet carried little of that beauty within him. He had traveled long, passing from one country to another, seeking neither company nor rest. The valleys and mountains through which he moved held a stillness of their own, vast and unbroken, filled with clear air and distant light. There were lakes that reflected the sky without disturbance, and slopes where flowers grew in quiet abundance. Yet, these things did not remain with him. He saw them, but they did not settle. For many years his thoughts had been of a different kind. They had turned inward, and in turning had drawn about him a kind of heaviness that did not easily lift. Even in the presence of beauty, there had been no space within him for it to remain. He had not sought to change this. It had become familiar to him, and what is familiar often goes unchallenged. He walked alone, often choosing the quietest paths, as though the absence of others might bring some form of ease. Yet the solitude did not lighten him. It remained as steady as his step, as constant as the passing of the days. His name, when it was spoken or written, was Archibald Craven. There were those who saw him in passing and wondered at the look that he carried, for there was something in it that suggested both weariness and distance, as though he moved through the world without fully belonging to it. He didn't linger where he was, nor did he return to places he had already seen. Time moved around him without alteration. And yet, though he didn't know it, there are moments which approach without announcement, and when they arrive, they carry with them the beginning of something not yet understood. One such moment came to him in a quiet valley, where a small stream ran clear over stones, its movement light and continuous. The sound it made was not loud, but it was filled with the stillness in a way that did not disturb it. It seemed to belong there, as naturally as the air itself. He had walked a long distance that day, and when he came upon the stream, he stopped. There was no reason for it beyond a simple weariness, and so he lowered himself to the ground, where the moss grew soft and thick beside the water. For a time, he did nothing but remain there. The valley held its stillness, the stream moved on, untroubled. Somewhere nearby, birds came and went, their movements brief and unforced. He watched without intention, and slowly, without his seeking it, something within him began to quiet. It didn't happen all at once. It came in small degrees, as though a tension long held was loosening of its own accord. The sound of the water continued, steady and low, and he found himself listening to it, though he had not meant to. His gaze rested upon the edge of the stream, where small flowers grew close to the water. Their color was clear and delicate, their form simple. He had seen such things before, many times, and yet now he looked at them differently. There was no effort in it. He remained where he was, and the quiet deepened, not as something imposed, but as something allowed. And in that quiet, a single thought came to him, gentle and unforced, as though it had risen from a place itself rather than from within him. It wasn't a thought of sorrow. It wasn't a thought of loss. It was simply a noticing, a recognition of something small and living and quietly beautiful. And though he didn't understand it and would not have named it, it remained. The quiet which had come upon him in the valley didn't leave him at once, though he did not understand how or why it had come. When at last he rose from the moss and stood again upon his feet, it was with a sense that something within him had been loosened, something that had long been held too tightly and had now been gently set free. He drew a long breath without knowing he did so, and even in that simple act, it seemed new to him. "What is it?" he said aloud, though there was no one near to answer. His voice was low, almost uncertain, as though he didn't quite recognize it. "I almost feel as if I were alive." The words passed him quietly, and yet they lingered in the air as though they had a weight of their own. He didn't seek to explain them, nor could he have done so if he tried. There are moments which don't belong to reason, and this was one of them. He remained where he was for a time longer, though he could not have said how long. The stream moved along beside him with soft, continuous sound, and the small flowers at the edge held their delicate color in the clear light. Nothing had changed in the valley, and yet something had changed in him. When at last he turned away and went on his path, the calmness remained with him through the evening. It was not strong or insistent, but it rested quietly, like a memory not fully formed. That night he slept more deeply than he had done for a long while, and there was no disturbance in his rest. Yet he did not know how to keep it. By the next day, the darker thoughts, which had been long familiar to him, returned. Not all at once, but steadily, as though they had only waited for the smallest opening. They came back with their old persistence, filling the spaces which had briefly been cleared. He felt them settle again, and though he didn't resist them, there were moments, brief and uncertain, when they seemed less complete than they had been before. He went on with his wandering. The days passed, and the places he moved through changed with the season. The warm brightness of summer deepened into the richer tones of autumn, and he found himself beside the waters of Lake Como, where the air lay soft upon the hills and the light rested upon the surface of the lake in long, quiet reflections. There was beauty there, as there had been in the valley, and he moved among it without seeking anything in particular. He walked until he was tired, and sat when he chose to rest, and sometimes he found that sleep came more easily to him than it had done before. His dreams no longer carried the same disturbance, and though he didn't question it closely, he was aware of the change. "Perhaps my body is growing stronger," he thought once, though the idea did not settle firmly in his mind. It was not only his body. There were times, unexpected and without clear cause, when the heaviness he carried seemed to lift slightly, as though something within him had shifted and allowed a little more light to enter. These moments didn't remain long, but they came again, and then again, and each time they left behind a faint impression, as though something had begun, which would not entirely cease. He began, now and then, to think of Misselthwaite. The thought came quietly, without the sharp resistance it might once have met. He remembered the wide, silent house, the long corridors, the rooms that stood empty. He thought of the place, not with longing, but with a kind of distant awareness, as though it belonged to a life he had set aside, but had not entirely lost. And sometimes, though less often, he thought of his son. He wondered what he would feel if he were to return and see him again. The image came to him as it always had been, a slight figure lying still, a pale face against the pillows, eyes closed beneath dark lashes. He could not hold that thought for long. It caused him discomfort he did not wish to examine, and so he let it pass. Still, it returned. One evening, the day had drawn to a close and the light had faded into the soft and silvered stillness. He walked down to the edge of the lake and found a quiet place where the water lay close to the shore. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of the night, and the world seemed to rest in a deep and gentle calm. He sat there, doing nothing, allowing the stillness to surround him. The water moved softly, touching the edge of the land with a sound that was almost like breathing. The scent of flowers drifted faintly through the air, and the quiet deepened until it seemed to hold him within it. Without knowing when it happened, he fell asleep. It was not a restless sleep, nor one broken by uneasy thoughts. It came to him gently, as though the quiet itself had drawn him into it. And as he slept, he dreamed. The dream was so clear that it did not seem like a dream at all. It seemed instead as though he were awake, sitting where he had been, hearing the same soft sounds and breathing the same scented air. And then, within the stillness, he heard a voice. It was distant, and yet it came to him with a clarity that left no doubt. It was light, and it carried with it a note of happiness, as though it belonged to something that had never been touched by sorrow. "Archie," it called. "Archie!" He rose at once, not startled, but certain. The sound seemed natural to him, as though he had expected it. "Lilius," he answered, "where are you?" "In the garden," the voice replied, soft and bright, as though it were carried on the air itself. "In the garden." The words lingered, and then the dream faded. He didn't wake at once. He slept on, quietly and deeply, held in a rest that did not trouble him. When morning came with a clear and gentle light. A servant stood near, waiting patiently with a small tray of letters. He accepted them without remark, his manner unchanged, though there was a stillness about him that had not been there before. When he was alone again, he sat for a time without opening them. The dream remained with him, not as something he fully understood, but as something that had left a trace. And though he would not yet have said so, and did not know how it had begun, there was within him a quiet sense of something, long, silent, that had begun to stir. He stood for a few quiet moments with the letters still in his hand, his gaze drifting once more toward the lake. The calm which had come to him in the night had not entirely faded, and though it had softened, it remained as something gently present beneath his thoughts. It seemed to lend a lightness to what he considered, as though even his uncertainty no longer held quite the same weight. "In the garden," he said again under his breath. Not with any confusion now, but with a kind of wondering recognition. The words didn't trouble him. They stayed with him instead, as though they belonged to something he had almost remembered. When he turned his attention again to the letters, it was with a quiet mind that he had known for many years. He glanced through them without much interest at first, but one, lying uppermost, caught his notice by its plainness. The hand was unfamiliar, steady but unadorned, and the address bore the mark of Yorkshire. He opened it without expectation. The words within it were simple, and yet they held him at once. He read them through once, then again, more slowly. The name at the close of the letter remained with him, Susan Sowerby. He remembered her, not clearly at first, but as one recalls something honest and grounded. A woman of the moor, a voice without pretense. "I would come home if I was you." He sat the letter resting in his hand. The thought did not strike him with force. It came instead with a quiet certainty, as though it had already taken shape before the words had been written. "I will go back to Misselthwaite," he said. There was no hesitation in it. The decision once spoken seemed only natural. It didn't feel like a turning so much as a continuation, something already begun, now carried forward. He rose at once and went within, giving his orders simply, without delay. Within a few days, he was on his way back to England. The journey stretched before him in long hours, but they did not pass as they once might have done. The steady motion of the train, the changing landscape beyond the window, the rhythm of the train itself, these seemed to draw his thoughts into a quieter pattern. He found himself thinking of his son. It came to him without effort, without the sharp resistance that had once accompanied it. The image rose as it always had, the slight form, the pale face, the stillness which had seemed so fixed and unchangeable. For years he had turned from it. Now he didn't. The letter lay folded in his pocket. From time to time, without taking it out, he found himself returning to its words, not to question them, but to remain with them. There had been no reproach in them, only a simple urging, offered as though it were the most natural thing in the world. And so, when at last the long journey brought him back across the moor, and the carriage moved along the familiar road, he spoke before he had fully considered it. "Stop at the cottage," he said. The driver drew the horses in without question. The place was, as it had always been, low, weathered, and standing quietly against the wide openness of the land. As he stepped down, the door opened, and the children came out to meet him, their faces curious but unafraid. He asked for their mother. "Oh, she's gone across the moor this morning, sir," one of them answered, making a small, respectful curtsy. "A woman's taken ill with a new baby, and she wants help." He listened, taking in the matter simply, without impatience. There was something in their manner, their steadiness, their ease with one another, that held him for a moment. It was not something he had sought, and yet it drew his attention all the same. He looked at them more closely then. They were not finely dressed, nor particularly remarkable in any outward way, and yet there was a kind of health in them, a grounded, natural presence that seemed to belong to the place itself. He reached into his pocket and drew out a coin. He held it for a moment, as though the action itself were unfamiliar to him, and then he placed it in the hand of the nearest child. It was more than they expected. Their eyes widened, not with greed, but with surprise, and then softened into something like quiet delight. They made their thanks simply, without excess, as though gratitude came to them as naturally as breath. He inclined his head slightly, not wishing to make more of a moment than it was. Then he turned and returned to the carriage. As they drove on, the moor opened again before him, wide and unbroken. The house lay ahead, waiting as it had waited for years. He didn't know what he would find there, but the thought no longer carried the same weight. Something had shifted, quietly, steadily, as though he could not yet see the whole of it. He didn't turn away from where it led. He didn't wait. Something had already begun in him before he reached the house, and now it moved him forward without hesitation. When he entered the manor, the servants received him with their usual ceremony, but there was something in his face which made them look at him again. He didn't pass them as he had done before, nor turn away toward the distant rooms where he had hidden himself so long. He went straight to the library. "Send Mrs. Medlock to me," he said. She came quickly, a little breathless, her face flushed with curiosity and unease. "How is Master Colin Medlock?" he asked at once. "Well, sir," she answered, hesitating. He's different, in a manner of speaking." "Worse," he said sharply. Mrs. Medlock flushed deeper. "Well, you see, sir," she replied, "none of us can exactly make him out. He might be better, and he might be worse. His appetite, sir, is past understanding, and his ways—" "Has he become more peculiar?" Mr. Craven asked. "That's it, sir," she said. "Very peculiar. He's used to eating nothing, and then suddenly he began to eat something enormous, and then he stopped again. But if you'll credit it, sir, he insists on being taken out every day. Mrs. Mary and Deacon, Susan Sowerby's boy, they take him, and out of doors he stays from morning till night." "How does he look?" Mr. Craven asked. "If he took his natural food, you'd think he was putting flesh on," she said. "But we're afraid it might be a sort of bloat, and he laughs sometimes, sir, when he's alone with Miss Mary. He never used to laugh at all." There was a brief silence. "Where is he now?" Mr. Craven asked. "In the garden, sir," she answered. "He's always in the garden." "In the garden?" he repeated. He said it again, more quietly. "In the garden." When she had gone, he stood quite still for a moment. Then he turned and went out. He didn't hurry, but there was something drawing him, something he didn't question. He passed through the shrubberies, along the familiar paths he had not walked for years. The fountain was playing, and the autumn flowers burned softly in their beds, but he scarcely saw them. He knew where he was going. Though the ivy hung thick over the wall, though the key lay hidden and buried, he knew. He slowed as he drew near. Then he stopped. There were sounds. At first he didn't understand them. Running feet, light, quick, circling under the trees. Voices, low and breathless, trying not to be heard. And then, laughter. Not loud, not careless, but held and breaking through and burst, as though it couldn't be contained. He stood very still. "What is it?" he murmured. "What am I hearing?" For a moment he almost believed he was dreaming. Then the sound rose again, clearer now, young, living, unmistakable. And suddenly the door was flung open, the ivy swung back, a boy came running full speed straight through the opening, not seeing him, not knowing, and dashed into his arms. Mr. Craven caught him instinctively, holding him fast to keep him from falling, and then he looked at him. He was a tall boy, straight, strong. His face was glowing with life, his breath quick from running, his eyes bright, gray eyes full of laughter and light. Mr. Craven stared. His hands trembled. "Who?" he said. "Who is it?" The boy stood before him, drawing himself up, his whole being shining with something that had long been hidden. "Father," he said, "I'm Colin." He took a breath, almost laughing, almost unable to speak. "You can't believe it. I can hardly believe it myself. I'm Colin." Mr. Craven did not answer. He couldn't. The past and the present stood right before him together, and for a moment he couldn't separate them. This boy, this strong, living boy, and the child he had left behind. Mary had come through the door, breathless, her eyes wide and watching. And everything had changed. In the garden, he said hurriedly. Yes, Colin agreed eagerly. It was the garden that did it, and Mary and Deacon and the creatures and the magic. No one knows. We kept it to tell you when you came. I'm well. I can beat Mary in a race. I'm going to be an athlete. He spoke like any strong, healthy boy. His face flushed, his words tumbling over each other in excitement, and Mr. Craven felt something within him shake with deep, unbelieving joy. Colin laid his hand on his father's arm. "Aren't you glad, Father?" he said. "Aren't you glad? I'm going to live forever and ever and ever." Mr. Craven held him by both shoulders, steadying him, not because the boy needed it, but because he himself did. For a moment, he couldn't speak. Then at last he said quietly, "Take me to the garden, my boy, and tell me all about it." And so, they led him in. The garden lay before him in its autumn fullness, gold and purple and deep violet blue, with late lilies standing in tall, clustered sheaves, white and white-fletched with ruby. He stopped just inside it. He looked slowly around. "I thought it would be dead," he said. "Mary thought so at first," Colin answered, "but it came alive." They went to the great tree, and there they sat. Though Colin stood because he could not help it, because he wanted to stand as he told everything. And he told it all. The secret, the finding of the key, the robin, the growing things, the long days, and the magic. Mary sat near, watching quietly, and Dickon leaned against the tree, listening as if it were all as natural as the wind moving through the branches. Mr. Craven listened. He listened as though he had never truly listened in his life before. Sometimes he laughed. Sometimes his eyes filled with tears. And sometimes he simply looked at the boy, at his son. When the story had been told, Colin drew himself up. "Now," he said, "it need not be a secret any more. I dare say it will frighten them nearly into fits when they see me, but I am never going to get into that chair again. I shall walk back with you, Father, to the house." Inside the house, Mrs. Medlock stood in the servants' hall speaking to Ben Weatherstaff, who had come in from the gardens. "Did you see either of them, Weatherstaff?" she asked. That I did," said Ben, with a certain satisfaction. "Both of them?" she pressed. "Both of 'em." "Together?" she asked sharply. "Together, ma'am," Ben answered. He lifted his mug and glanced toward the window. "Look there," he said. "If thou's curious, look what's coming across the grass." Mrs. Medlock turned and gave a sharp cry. Other servants rushed to the window, crowding close. And there, across the lawn, came the master of Misselthwaite. And beside him, walking steadily, strongly, his head lifted, his eyes bright with laughter, came Master Colin. And that is how it was seen. That was how it was known. That the boy who had been shut away, the boy who had been feared, had come back into the world, alive and walking. And now, the garden grows quiet once more. Beyond the walls of Misselthwaite Manor, evening settles fully across the wide Yorkshire moor, and the last of the light fades into a gentle, resting dark. Within the garden, all is still. The laughter has passed, the footsteps have come to rest, and what once stirred in secret has now fully opened, without fear. He has come home. The child who was hidden walks in the open air. The father who wandered has returned, and the girl who arrived alone has found her place among them. What was broken has not been hurried. It has been tended, day by day, quietly, until it learned to live again. There's nothing more that the garden needs to prove. It doesn't explain what has happened here. Doesn't measure it. Simply holds it. For this is what it has always done. Through silence, through seasons, through time itself. It has waited. It has grown. It has remembered. And now it rests. The work isn't ended, for nothing living ever truly ends. But something here has been completed. Something has been healed. And that is enough. The house will wake to it. The world will carry it forward. But the garden remains as it always was. Quiet, patient, and alive. For now, the moor lies calm beneath the sky, the earth is still, and the story gently comes to rest. Let the quiet settle around you. Let the stillness carry you into sleep, and allow this story to close, just as it was meant to. You are safe. You are loved. And you have been listening to Nicki Woo Cozy Stories, created by Nicole T. Woodard. May your dreams be gentle, and your sleep be deep.